Chapter 16. Isla Point of View. That infuriating jerk had actually locked me in the room. My jaw clenched, a surge of pure defiance rocketing through me. I would not, absolutely would not, stand for this kind of confinement. No way, no how. I needed to escape from this room, to get out of this castle, before the Alpha King completed his meeting and came back to find me here. I strode purposefully to the door, my fingers already going to my lock-picking set. They had been discreetly strapped to my thigh, a trusted companion, and to my surprise, they had survived the past couple of days relatively unscathed. They were built tough, designed not to break under pressure. I got to work, my practiced fingers moving with a focused intent. Honestly, the lock was pathetic, a child's toy. It took me barely 2 minutes, a mere flicker of time, to pick it clean. Once I was outside the confines of the room, I swept my gaze down the hall, confirming it was utterly empty. My first priority was crucial. I needed to confuse my scent. There was absolutely no point in a grand escape if Alec could easily track me down. Again. The thought alone chafed at my nerves. I slipped quietly into an unoccupied guest room, a spacious, impersonal space. My eyes immediately scanned for something useful. I snagged some clothes belonging to the male occupant, quickly pulling them over my maid's uniform, effectively masking my natural scent with his. Good, that was exactly what we needed. Now, the next hurdle, how to get out of this sprawling, formidable castle. Alec wasn't a fool, he probably wasn't that stupid. He would have undoubtedly increased the guard patrols, tightened the security around the entire castle, precisely to stop me from getting out. Again. That meant I couldn't simply sneak out the way I usually did, through some convenient back door or a familiar passage. I had to figure something out, and quickly. Alec would finish his important meeting, and the moment he realized I was gone, chaos would erupt. We absolutely could not have that. I was so deeply lost in my strategic thoughts, my mind racing a mile a minute, that I didn't even notice the familiar group of 3 people until I quite literally ran straight into them, a jarring collision. I instinctively kept my head lowered, just in case. Anyone, either from the castle staff or, worse, from the other packs visiting, could potentially recognize me, putting my identity and my mission in dire jeopardy. I murmured, my voice adopting a posh British accent on the fly, a quick, practiced disguise. I am so terribly sorry for running into you. I wasn't looking where I was going. I heard a hearty, familiar chuckle, and my heart gave a surprised leap. I cautiously looked up. Oliver, Henry, and Oriel, their mate, stared back at me, their faces a mix of confusion and recognition. A surge of relief washed over me. I guessed I had just found my solution, my perfect way to get out of this castle. They could definitely help. But what were they doing here, in the heart of the Alpha King's territory, in the first place? Oliver, ever the quick one, asked, his voice laced with surprise. What are you doing here, Isla? I hissed at them, a sharp, urgent whisper. Idiots. Don't say my name. Henry frowned, his brow furrowed. Why? I glared at him, my eyes narrowed, my voice a low, fierce whisper. Do you forget where we are? We are in the Alpha King's home. Oriel, sensing the underlying tension, paused. Then what are you doing here? It's dangerous, Isla. I quickly dragged them into one of the castle's convenient blind spots, a shadowed alcove away from prying eyes. You don't think I know that? It's not like I can just leave. Oliver questioned me, his gaze sharp and worried. How did you end up here in the first place, Isla? I sighed, knowing I had to give them at least a version of the truth. Well, I ran into the Alpha King. What? Henry interrupted, his eyes wide. How are you not in prison? I explained, sticking to a carefully crafted partial truth. Well, I was in a room, but I got out. The Alpha King is going to figure out that I'm gone soon, probably any minute now. I need to be out of here by then. Can I get some help, you 3? What are you guys doing here, anyway? Oriel answered, her voice calm and composed. As the most powerful pack after the royals, we have our personal annual meetings with the Alpha King. We finished them yesterday and are leaving today. I nodded, a plan quickly forming in my mind. Okay, now can you get me out of here, discreetly? Oliver, without hesitation, shrugged off his elegant coat. Let's just try to leave with you right now. They can't stop us, we're powerful enough, and they won't want to cause a major fight with our pack. The only way the Alpha King would even risk us revolting is if his mate is involved. Oriel added, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. What's the story with his mate, anyway? There have been so many whispers. Henry, as we began to walk, subtly shielding me with their combined presence and their own belongings, explained. He's been searching for her for a long time. Rumor has it a couple of weeks ago, he finally found her, but something happened. Some people say she died, or that she ran away again. I muttered under my breath, a low, almost inaudible sound. Ran away. Oliver turned to face me, his brow furrowed slightly. What did you say? I gave him a wide, fake smile, my expression bright and innocent. Nothing. By the way, if anyone asks, I'm an Omega from your pack who is helping with your belongings. Oriel feels attached to me, which is another reason why I'm here, you see. Our small group walked in silence, a strange tableau of power and deception. Between the male clothes I'd stolen and my brother's thick coat, my true scent was completely smothered. No way to track me now, mate. As we approached the main gates, my nervousness rose, a tangible flutter in my stomach. I absolutely could not afford to get caught now, not after all this. My brothers, for all their strength, would most likely accidentally give my identity away under pressure. At the gate, the guards, oblivious to the true nature of their departing visitors, called out, "Have a nice journey back to your lands, Alphas and Luna." I let out a silent sigh of profound relief when we were finally, miraculously, free. Behind me, I heard a hushed conversation between the guards, their voices low and curious. Who is the fourth person? Probably just a servant. Was she there when they arrived? Probably, either way, be quiet. They're too dominant for us to be saying these things aloud. I smirked, a secret triumph bubbling inside me, when I finally settled into the car with my brothers and Oriel. I was free again. Ha! Take that, Alec. This was like the third time I'd successfully run away from him. He simply couldn't keep me down. Then, a moment later, a huge, guttural roar shook the very ground beneath us, reverberating through the car, rattling the windows. We were a good distance from the castle, yet the sheer force of the sound still slammed into us. Damn. I think Alec had just found out about my new disappearance. He seemed pretty pissed, to say the least. Oliver commented, his voice a little shaky, I wonder what pissed the Alpha King off so much. That roar is terrifying, you've got to admit. Oriel was staring at me, her eyes narrowed, as if she knew all my secrets, every single one of them. Could it have anything to do with Isla? Henry, ever the pragmatic one, added, most likely. That's the only thing I could think of that would cause a reaction like that, other than his meeting going spectacularly wrong. Oriel pressed, her gaze unwavering. What exactly did you do, Isla? I smirked, a mischievous glint in my eyes. A lot of stupid-ass things, as usual. Oliver groaned, burying his face in his hands. Do I even want to know the details? Henry copied his groan, shaking his head. No, you don't. Trust me on this one. Oliver, Henry, and Oriel talked for the rest of the car ride back home, their conversation a familiar, comforting murmur. I remained quiet, deliberately, dealing with my own complicated feelings. Those were a bitch, truly. I felt torn, a raw, insistent ache in my chest, wanting nothing more than to run back to my mate, to Alec, to lose myself in his powerful embrace. But it couldn't happen. Not ever. Deal with it, Wolf. Too soon, we arrived at the pack house. I grimaced before getting out of the car, just thinking of the inevitable scolding from Mom. I was so dead. She would be absolutely furious, and I, in turn, would get pissed right back. It wouldn't be pretty. Henry, Oliver, and Oriole walked in first, their presence commanding respect. Most pack members knew me as their alpha's sister, someone who was supposedly in another pack. We didn't bother to clarify anything, people could say what they wanted. I didn't care much for petty gossip. Oliver called out, his voice echoing through the spacious hall, "Moam, Dad, Pops. Guess who I brought home?" I heard Mom's familiar footsteps, a quick, determined stride, and then she was running to me, pulling me into a fierce, comforting hug. "Isla, my baby." Dad and Pops chuckled behind her, their eyes twinkling. "What brings you to our neck of the woods, Isla?" I tried to play off the question, my smile wide and innocent. "You know, I was just nearby, and I happened to see my brothers. I just had to come pay a visit, it was meant to be." Mom gave me a look, a sharp, knowing gaze that saw right through my flimsy excuse. "Very funny, Isla. Now, tell me what really happened." I sighed, knowing there was no escaping her. "Fine. Can we go up to your office, then? It's going to be a long story." Henry nodded, his own curiosity piqued. "I want to hear this too." I sighed again, a resigned exhalation. "Let's go." It took no time at all to get into their office, a familiar space. It was soundproof too, thankfully, so no one would hear our inevitable yelling. Now, what could I tell my family? I absolutely wouldn't tell them about being the Alpha King's mate. No, Mom would drag me right back there, leash and all. But I could certainly give them information about his mate. I knew exactly what to tell them now. Henry closed the door firmly, the click echoing in the quiet room, and turned to face me. "I believe you were about to give us explanations." I walked over to the cabinets, pouring myself a generous glass of scotch, a liquid courage. Where to start, indeed. Mom leaned against the desk, her arms crossed, her patience wearing thin. "How did you run into your brothers, Isla?" I sipped my drink, letting the burn spread. "A very funny story, actually. I happened to be in the Alpha King's castle." Harrison, aka Dad, cut me off, his voice incredulous. "You were what?" I waved off his concerns with a dismissive flick of my hand. "I was in my sworn enemy's castle, yes." Jasper, aka Pops, practically yelled, his voice laced with pure fear. "You could have been killed, Isla." I rolled my eyes. "It's not like I wanted to be there, Pops. I had a reason." Mom fired question after question, a rapid-fire interrogation. "How did you get to the castle? Why were you there? If you were captured by the Alpha King, how were you wandering about freely? Why weren't you in prison?" I answered calmly, choosing my words with careful precision. "Well, I had to fight off a patrol of pack wolves, about 25 of them. It was quite a brawl." Henry whistled, a low, impressed sound. "Damn, girl." I grinned, a spark of pride in my eyes. "Yeah." Then the Alpha King was out and about, doing his rounds. He found me and brought me back to the castle, injured. He has no idea who I am, or how I'm connected to the Dorge Organization. He just thought I was a rogue and smelled vaguely of his mate. Mom interrupted, her brow furrowed. "How do you smell of his mate, Isla?" I explained, my voice light and casual, omitting the crucial detail. "She ran from him, you see, and asked me to hide her. I did. We're friends now." He left me in his room, but the Alpha King wanted to know about his mate, and I didn't want to tell him. Yelling happened. He had to go to a meeting with someone, so he locked the door. I don't know who he was meeting with, but if I stayed, he would have eventually put me in a prison. Couldn't have that, so I hightailed it out of there, using my old skills. Mom frowned, a deep line appearing between her brows. "Mates are meant to be together, Isla. You should give the Alpha King his mate." I poured myself another glass of alcohol, the amber liquid glinting, and downed it like a shot, the burn a welcome distraction. "Nope. I am not forcing anyone's relationship, especially not a mate bond." Oliver, ever practical, said, stay here a couple of days before heading back to the organization. It will be less suspicious to our pack and to the Alpha King." I shrugged. "Sounds fine to me. Do you know who the Alpha King was meeting today, by any chance?" "The Alpha King of Europe." "Why?" Oriel replied, her voice tinged with curiosity. I froze, the name hitting me like a cold wave. The Alpha King of Europe? Why would he be here? The last time he visited, there was a huge attempted attack on our base, a bloody, violent affair. This wasn't good news. Not at all. Chapter 17. Isla Point of View. I was so bored. So bored. 2 days had passed already, dragging by with agonizing slowness, and there was absolutely nothing to do. Most of the pack members had jobs in the nearby human cities or attended school. The smallest pups were constantly with their mothers, and I'd spent most of the 2 days I'd been here playing with them, their innocent laughter a welcome distraction. Currently, I was lying in bed, sprawled out, watching TV. Golden Girls was hilariously funny, a timeless classic, and it seemed to be the only thing on besides the incessant news channels. I hated watching the news. It made me feel like the world was constantly ending, dissolving into chaos. No thanks. I had enough real-world chaos to deal with. "Isla!" Henry called out suddenly, his voice booming through the house. I nearly fell out of my bed in sheer shock, my heart hammering against my ribs. "What do you want?" I yelled back, annoyance coloring my tone. Oliver yelled, his voice just as loud, "Come to our office." Wasn't who I was thinking of. I really hoped it wasn't. Henry stated, his voice flat, "The Alpha King." Shit. Can't I ever catch a fucking break? I mean, like, Alec, get the hint. I have run from you not once, not twice, but 3 separate times now. It's pretty damn clear I really don't want to be with you. I tried to act innocent, my face a mask of casual curiosity. "Oh, really? What did he say, pray tell?" Oliver stood up, moving away from the wall. He was calling about finding his mate. I was trying desperately to seem like I knew nothing, to appear completely ignorant, but let's be honest, I was failing miserably. "Oh." I managed, my voice a little too high. Henry walked over to his twin, leaning in conspiratorially. Apparently, she ran from the castle the same day he left. I was now focusing every ounce of my willpower on not bursting into laughter. Huh. What a coincidence. Oliver gave me a look, a sharp, knowing gaze that pierced through my facade. "Is there anything you want to tell us, Isla?" I looked anywhere but at him, feigning disinterest. "About his runaway mate?" Henry sighed, a long-suffering sound. "Yes, Isla." "What about his runaway mate?" I looked right into their eyes then, my decision made. "Do you want to know who she is?" Oliver groaned, his patience clearly at its breaking point. "That's what we've been getting at this entire time." I grinned, a wide, unholy grin. "Me." Henry cursed, a low, guttural sound. "Shit." Oliver, ever the comforting one, put a hand on his twin's shoulder. "Why couldn't you tell us, Isla?" I walked over to them, my shite-eating grin still firmly in place. "I didn't want Mom to know, for one, and honestly, I didn't know how you all would react to the full story." He turned to me, his confusion clear. "Why are you running from your mate?" I sat down heavily in their office chair, making myself comfortable. "You guys don't know everything yet. Let's start at the very beginning. So, I was on a recon mission, just a standard run, and we had the bad luck that the Alpha King was doing his rounds. I ran, but he caught me, knocking me unconscious. Fun, right? Either way, I woke up in his hospital wing. We talked a little, and he let it slip that he was planning a full-scale attack on the Dorge Organization. You should have seen him when he was talking about my people. He looked like a crazy person. Henry sighed, impatient. "Just get to the point, Isla." I continued, ignoring his interruption. Well, I needed to save my people. So, I snuck out of the hospital and into his office. I stole his plans, the blueprints for our base, and then I ran away again. His security was pretty easy to escape if there's only one of you. I got back to base and passed out from exhaustion. When I came to again, we changed our base, moved everyone, in order to stop the fight before it even began. About 2 weeks later, I was forced to take another undercover mission at the castle. Oliver interrupted, his brow furrowed. Couldn't anyone else have done it, Isla? I spun myself casually on their office chair, enjoying their reactions. Nope. I was acting like a maid, a disguise, because a rumor had spread that the Alpha King had captured one of my people. Moira made a powerful potion for me to change my face and my scent. I went in, found Glinda's sister, Sabrina, and got her out. Glinda is Leo's mate, the Alpha King's brother, and they are both witches. I got myself and all the other prisoners out. Unfortunately, my potion began to wear off, and my mate saw me, just as I was making my final escape. Henry cut me off, his voice sharp with incredulity. How did you get caught a third time, Isla? I stopped my spinning, meeting his gaze. Well, my wolf desperately wants to be with her mate, you see. I was on patrol, doing my job, and I got attacked by 25 pack wolves. Oliver yelled, his eyes wide with shock. What? I thought you were kidding when you said that to Mom. I shook my head, my expression grim. Dead serious. I had dealt with most of them, but I was severely injured. I was forced to let my wolf take control. After killing the other wolves, she ran straight onto the Alpha King's territory and right into his room. I woke up the next morning right there, in his bed. I was really injured, and my mate called for a doctor. On a side note, did you know that apparently my injuries had been severe enough that I should have been dead? They were even shocked when I stitched myself up, right there in the hospital. Henry chuckled, a dark, knowing sound. Yeah, our upbringing as rogues certainly helps us with that. You should have seen the look on our pack's faces when we first fought against a group of rogues. We thought it was normal to take on 20 wolves at the same time. They thought we were gods or something. Especially when they noticed our injuries. I stitched myself up and went right back to fighting. I chuckled with him, a shared moment of grim amusement. Anyway, I talked to some doctors and nurses, and caused quite a stir. Then, I had a massive yelling match with my mate. He locked me in his room. That's a big no-no, an absolute boundary. I picked the lock, again, and ran into you guys. Thankfully, you helped me escape, and here I am, safe and sound. For now. Oliver shook his head at me in disbelief, a slow, bewildered gesture. Isla, you are really something else, truly. I fake-preened under his compliment, a playful gesture. Why, thank you, good sir. I do try my best. Henry informed me, his voice serious now. The Alpha King just called us, a direct threat. He threatened that if we have information on you, we have to give it up. Oliver continued, his words grim. He is going to look at us closely now, Isla. You will. Oliver was cut off by the sharp, insistent ringing of the phone on Henry's desk. All three of us stared at it, a moment of tense silence, until Henry finally picked it up. He put it on speaker, so that everyone in the room would know what was going on. I saw the caller ID, it literally said that Alpha King. Not good. Not good at all. Henry cleared his throat, his voice steady. Hello, Alpha King. My mate's voice, deep and commanding, was heard over the phone. Alpha Henry, you have 10 minutes to turn over my mate. Oi, he's quite demanding, isn't he? I thought, a surge of irritation bubbling. What if I wasn't here? What would my brothers do then, faced with such an impossible choice? Oliver replied, his voice firm, we don't have your mate, Alpha King. My mate let out a grim laugh, a chilling sound, like a Yuri aboutity laugh. I know you do, Alpha Oliver. I recognize my mate in the photos of your family. So, turn over your sister, unless you want war. I could see that my brothers were torn, their faces etched with a painful Isla. They wanted to protect me, their sister, and they wanted to protect their pack. They couldn't pick between two things they loved so fiercely. And like a good sister, I wouldn't make them pick between two things that mattered so much. I spoke up then, my voice clear and defiant, cutting through the tense silence. "Hello, mate. You took less time than my last attempt." The Alpha King growled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "Isla, mate. Why must you do this every single time?" I let my laugh ring out, a clear, defiant sound. "Why, don't you like this game, Alec?" "Not particularly." Alec snapped back, his patience clearly at an end. I grinned, a wide, impudent smile. "You coming to pick me up then? It's not very nice to threaten innocence in a pack." Alec chuckled, a sound that sent a shiver down my spine, a mix of amusement and dark promise. "You will soon learn, my queen, that nothing would stop me from getting you." I laughed at him, a bitter, challenging sound. "Maybe death." I quickly ended the call, slamming the phone down, just as Alec's furious growl erupted from the speaker. The idea of your mate dying was a profoundly traumatic experience for fully mated couples. If I died, Alec would likely go feral, his wolf needing a mate to calm its primal urges. But who gave a fuck about that? Not I. Oliver looked at me like I was utterly insane, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Do you take joy in getting yourself into potentially fatal situations, Isla?" I smiled like a crazy person, a genuine, wild smile. "Yup. It's exhilarating." Henry sighed, a long-suffering sound. "What are you going to do now, Isla?" I hummed, not really listening to his question, my mind already racing through plans. "Can I borrow a phone? I need to make a call." Oliver handed me his personal cell, a sleek, modern device. "Use this." I flashed him a quick, grateful smile. "Thanks." I needed to call Lorene and inform her of the recent events, to brief her on the new, unexpected developments. I didn't know how soon I would be able to get myself out of this situation, if at all. She was my second in command, my trusted right hand, and I was leaving her in charge until I could, hopefully, come back. I would need to come back, I knew. My return would be symbolic, a crucial beacon of hope. The Dorge Organization was a group founded on hope, a haven for all rogues. If I was captured, if I disappeared permanently, it would be like killing that very hope. People would assume I had died, saying that the organization wasn't capable, that it couldn't protect its own. Ha! It absolutely was capable. I needed to return, and I probably would need help. I knew there would be two Alpha Kings in the castle, my mate, and the one from Europe. I wondered if I could somehow manage to kill the Alpha King of Europe while I was there. Do you think my mate would be pissed about that? Probably. Lorene finally picked up on the third ring, her voice clipped, professional. "What do you want, Oliver?" I smiled at her tone, a wry amusement. "Is that any way to greet your boss, Lorene?" She yelled, her voice a mix of shock and relief. "Isla," I replied, my voice smooth and confident. "The one and only, darling." Lorene's voice softened, tinged with genuine concern. "I was worried about you, boss." I cut her off, my voice sharp and decisive. "You have reason to be. I am currently about to be transported back into the Alpha King's castle. To make things worse, the Alpha King of Europe is there. I am officially giving you my position, Lorene. You are in charge until I come back." Lorene questioned me, her voice urgent, a flurry of concerns. "Why are you going?" "I will plan a rescue." "I need more info." "What do you need?" "I don't want your position, Isla." I shushed her, firmly. "I am mated with a high-ranking person, and he is very attached to getting me back, very persistent. I will get myself out, but I'll need you to hold down the fort." I tilted my head to the side, my keen senses picking up the distinct sound of the Alpha King's cars arriving, their powerful engines rumbling. How had he even gotten here this fast? I wasn't even going to ask. I needed to go now, and I needed to delete Oliver's call history, every single trace. I told her, my voice urgent, I need to go, Lorene. She started to protest, we will come for you, do. I cut her off abruptly by hanging up and, with a swift, decisive movement, breaking Oliver's phone into 2 pieces. I couldn't let anyone be able to trace the number, to follow that thread. Secrecy was rule number 1 in our world, especially when alpha kings were involved. I grinned, though. Even though I had tried to keep my people away, out of danger, according to Lorene, they would come for me. I didn't know if that would go well or not, but the thought warmed me. Oliver called out, his voice laced with urgency, Isla. The Alpha King is here. I yelled back, my voice light, almost playful, coming. I heard Henry, his voice stern, you better not run. I skipped down the stairs, a defiant lightness in my step, coming to a stop directly in front of my mate, who stood waiting, a dark, powerful presence. Bye, brothers. See you soon. I called out to them, my voice full of false cheer. I walked past my mate, deliberately ignoring him, as my brothers, their faces a mix of worry and exasperation, said their goodbyes. Don't do anything too stupid, Isla. I was really, truly pissed at my mate. What was he thinking, threatening innocence in my family's official pack? Nuhu. Hell truly hath no fury like a woman scorned, and I was about to prove that. I wasn't going to talk to him, not a single word, until he apologized. And to do that, he would first have to figure out what he did wrong. This was going to be so much fun to watch. I could hear my mate walking behind me, his heavy footsteps echoing mine. He even opened the car door for me, a courtesy I ignored. I slid into the opulent car without even acknowledging his presence, the silence a calculated slight. I could already feel it grating on him, a palpable tension in the air. It was very funny, truly, really, really funny. Alec couldn't do anything to me, I was his mate, and that bound his hand. I loved watching his internal struggle. This might be even more fun than I had thought it would be. Chapter 18. Isla Point of View. I'd been giving Alec the silent treatment for an entire day, and he was absolutely losing his mind. It was truly, incredibly funny to watch. I hadn't uttered a single word to him, hadn't answered any of his frantic questions, hadn't acknowledged anything that had to do with him, or even his very existence. As the Alpha King, Alec simply wasn't accustomed to such blatant disregard. He couldn't even use his powerful alpha command on me. The mate bond seemed to negate that particular advantage, to his utter frustration. So far, he had yelled at me, his voice raw with anger, he had pleaded, his tone softening with desperation, and he had even begged, his regal composure entirely stripped away, for me to just answer him. I couldn't imagine his wolf was taking this well at all. It was probably feeling as close to a rejection as it could get without being a full-blown one. Just a little while ago, I'd actually told Axel, his beta, precisely how to get me to talk to Alec, the simple words he needed to say. I wondered, with a small, private smile, how long it would take for Alec, in his stubborn male pride, to finally ask his beta for help. Back home, if I were in this kind of situation, if I was giving someone the silent treatment, I would have asked Lorene, my second in command, for help the very second I saw her. It would have solved the issue much more quickly, efficiently. But I guess men were rather stupid, as a general rule. Take my fathers, Jasper and Harrison, as prime examples. Those two were complete idiots. They even managed to lose their mate, my mother, for a good 16 years because they were, quite frankly, man-whores, too focused on their own selfish desires. They missed out on the first 16 years of my brothers and my lives. That, to me, was beyond stupid. But I was getting off topic, as usual. I was currently watching Alec, enthralled, as he systematically destroyed a lavish living room, tearing it apart with his raw frustration. Dramatic much? It had only been a day since I'd last spoken to him. I'd pulled this very same stunt on my fathers for an entire week, refusing to utter a single word, before they finally caved, worn down by my unyielding silence. I was one stubborn woman when I put my mind to it. However, my silent, enjoyable fun was abruptly ruined when Alex suddenly stopped his destructive rampage and looked up, his head snapping towards some unseen communication. His eyes glazed over, distant and unfocused, and it was clear he was mind-linking someone in his pack, or perhaps they were urgently mind-linking him. I'd been stuck in the south wing of this massive castle for the past 24 hours I'd spent here, his personal prisoner. I knew the Alpha King of Europe was currently residing in the north wing, kept separate. Apparently, Alec was doing his absolute damnedest to ensure that we remained separated, far apart. But that wasn't my current problem. No, my current, more immediate problem was figuring out what Alec had just found out through that urgent mind link. Given the sudden, tight expression on his face, it wasn't good news, not by a long shot. What in the world was the problem now? Alec rushed towards me, his voice sharp with urgency. "Stay here." I scoffed, a short, disbelieving sound. Did he seriously expect me to obey him? Had he learned absolutely nothing about me in all our tumultuous encounters? I thought not. I quickly, silently, followed him out, a shadow at his heels. The idiot didn't even lock the door behind him. What had him so utterly distracted, so completely off his game, that he didn't even bother to lock me in, to secure his supposed mate? I didn't know whether to be happy, or truly scared by the implications. I wandered out, following his path, eventually reaching the front of the castle. I quickly hid myself behind a massive, ancient tree, its thick trunk providing perfect cover, as I watched the unfolding chaos. A full-blown fight was in progress, a violent clash between two opposing forces. The people attacking were actually being incredibly careful, deliberately avoiding lethal blows, not killing anyone. Meanwhile, the Alpha King's forces were just slaughtering them, showing no mercy, no restraint. I gasped, a sudden, sharp intake of breath, as I recognized my own people, fighting fiercely but holding back. I saw Leo, Edward, Leon, and there, unmistakably, Lorene. Shit. Lorene had truly meant it when she said she would come for me. She was here, leading the charge. This was how I knew, without a doubt, that my people, my family, would always, always come through for me. Loyalty forever, indeed. But these idiots, these brave, foolish souls, didn't want to kill anyone from Alec's pack in case they happened to be my mate's family or even him. So they were getting slaughtered, falling one by one. I couldn't allow that to happen, not to them. They had come for me, risking everything. These castle wolves were about to learn exactly how rogues fought, how we battled when our backs were truly against the wall. I leaped, a blur of motion, right into the middle of the raging fight. I was taking down wolves right and left, a whirlwind of controlled fury. Before I had left my brother's house, I had wisely grabbed my small, familiar Togo bag of weapons. I had some wicked knives, but sadly, no guns. A sad reality, really. My knives, my trusted blades, were laced with a heavy dose of wolfsbane, a potent, paralyzing poison for wolves. One swipe, one deep cut, and they were down for the count, out of the fight entirely. Single-handedly, I took down a lot of wolves, creating a path through the chaos. For the moment, Alec hadn't been able to tell I was here. I was being careful, using the thick of the battle as cover, keeping him on the other side of the entire sprawling field. Soon enough, I made it to my people, carving a bloody path. I was immediately surrounded by exclamations of joy, shouts of relief and recognition. I had been raised among these people. This was where I belonged, truly. And yet, the irony was not lost on me. I felt worse and worse, a strange ache in my chest, realizing I was leaving my mate for the fourth time. Lorene, her face grim but triumphant, fought her way to us, her voice urgent. "Boss, if we can get everyone together, Glinda, Sabrina, and Moira, our witches, can transport us back. They know our genetic signature, our unique magical imprint." I smirked, a grim satisfaction settling over me. Good. Let's get out of here, now. At this very moment, I was staring directly at Alec, and he, across the chaotic battlefield, was staring directly back at me. I was certain that my dearest mate had finally figured out who I truly was. Took him long enough, honestly. It hurt my heart, though, to see the raw, betrayed expression on his face, a mixture of disbelief and profound pain. I saw the Alpha King of Europe step up next to him, his presence radiating cold power. Oh, goody. All the people who wanted me dead, gathered in one convenient place. I could barely make out Alec's strained voice as he spoke to the Alpha King of Europe. My mate is Isla, the leader and boss of the Dorge Organization. What are you going to do about it? Was the cool, challenging answering question, a gauntlet thrown down. They both looked at me, their gazes intense, and Lorene, sensing the imminent danger, spoke rapidly. Be ready, Isla. We will be getting moved in 3 seconds. I gave them one last mocking salute, a defiant smirk playing on my lips, as I disappeared from their sight, a sudden, blinding flash of light. I was long used to the sensation of being transported by the witches, the gut-wrenching, disorienting movement, so I had no reaction to it, not even a flinch. Leo was less lucky, however. He was one of the ones who immediately emptied his stomach, groaning. Poor guy, it was definitely not a fun experience. Lorene gave me a look, a pointed, expectant gaze. Boss, you owe me a full explanation on where you were, and why your last known location is currently covered in dead pack wolves. I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. I can tell you all about it in my office. It's a rather long story. I knew, with absolute certainty, that the 2 Alpha Kings would come for me, and for my organization. That was why the second Alpha King, the one from Europe, was here, in the Americas. Might as well tell everyone while I was at it, prepare them. I walked straight up to my office, leaving everyone else to heal their injuries on their own, their groans and muttered complaints a distant sound. I sat on my familiar chair at my desk, settling in. Ask away, Lorene, I said, leaning back. She leaned on my desk, her expression serious. What have you been keeping from me, Isla? I spun slowly on my chair, a small, defiant gesture. I am mated with the Alpha King. Next question. Lorene gaped at me, her mouth hanging open. What? I smirked. That's not a question, Lorene. She quickly corrected herself, her eyes wide. How long have you known? I continued spinning, enjoying her shock. Ever since I was caught on the recon mission, weeks ago. Isla, she exclaimed, a note of disbelief in her voice. And you never told me, not a single word. Nope. I stated proudly, a mischievous glint in my eye. Lorene shook her head, a slow, bewildered gesture. You are something else, boss. I grinned, a wide, unapologetic smile. Yes, I am. That's not a good thing, Isla, she told me, her voice a little exasperated. I became serious then, my smile fading. Listen, Lorene. Prepare for an evacuation at any time. My mate will come for me, and he will come for the organization. That was the plan, his intention, even before he discovered who I am, and it will be doubly true now. The Alpha King of Europe is even here, in the Americas, joining forces with him. Be prepared for anything. Yes, boss. Lorene answered, her voice just as serious, a determined glint in her eye, before she exited my office, leaving me alone with my thoughts. War was coming for me and my people. And this time, it was personal. Chapter 19. Isla point of view. It's been a peaceful week. Too peaceful, in fact. It's like the unsettling calm before a colossal storm, a silence that screams of impending chaos. All raids on my bases have ceased entirely. There are no more attacks, no more skirmishes, almost as if the Alpha Kings have simply lost interest in the Dorge Organization. All of my people who had been having trouble, who were being hunted or harassed, are now free, unmolested. But despite this unnatural quiet, there were other, more ominous signs of a coming fight, subtle tremors beneath the surface. Warriors being summoned to the Alpha King's castle from far and wide, a visible increase in their numbers. The continued presence of the Alpha King of Europe here, a powerful foreign entity. Increased security around the entire castle, guards doubling their patrols. More frequent, aggressive patrols around pack lands, a tightening of their borders. And the quiet, almost imperceptible clearing out of humans from nearby areas, a silent exodus. All the signs were there, if you knew how to read them. I would be ready. I always was. There was a comprehensive plan in place, meticulously crafted, in case of an inevitable attack. A core group of people would bravely defend the main base, creating a diversion, buying precious time, while everyone else escaped through the network of hidden tunnels to somewhere safe, a designated secure location. For the people who chose to stay behind, who would face the brunt of the attack, I asked for volunteers, a show of hands. If too many offered, would then take random names out of a bag, ensuring fairness and dedication. However, if your mate was pregnant, or in any other vulnerable situation, you would be forced to flee as well, no arguments allowed. Your life, and theirs, was too important. Most people expected me to run with my people, to lead the escape from the front, safeguarding myself. I had absolutely no intention of doing so. I was staying. I was staying to fight for my people, to stand my ground. My presence there, on the front lines, would give more precious time for the others, the vulnerable ones, to get away safely. Lorene was under strict orders to leave, no matter what. In my will, meticulously updated, I had given my title, my leadership, over to her, and then to my younger sisters, Laura and Ashley, when they reached the age of 18. I made a deliberate effort to know everyone who was planning on staying for the fight, to etch their faces and their reasons into my memory. Besides me, Sabrina had decided to stay, a single, defiant witch among the wolves and vampires. The twins, Jack and Jason, wished to stay and fight as well. They wanted to die in a way that their first mate would be proud of them, a glorious, honorable end. I understood that deep, aching desire. They had survived for so long in a world where their mate no longer lived, and they simply couldn't go on any longer without a reason to truly live. Glinda and Leo would not be fighting, a firm, non-negotiable rule, because Glinda was actually pregnant, her belly swelling with new life. I wouldn't allow her, or her unborn child, to be at risk, not for anything. There were so many others who wanted to fight, their determination fierce. I even had vampires among our ranks who chose to stay, their loyalty unwavering. Everyone knew, with a quiet, grim certainty, that this fight was a suicide mission, a battle we couldn't win. We all understood that this was a fight designed to slow them down, to buy precious hours, so others could escape. That was the entire, grim point. Most of the ones wanting to fight had been rejected by their mates, had experienced the unbearable agony of their mates dying, or had an equally profound, soul-wrenching reason to seek an honorable death. Death by battle was, after all, an incredibly honorable way to die among the supernatural. There was no higher honor, no greater sacrifice. Though my people and I had a very different definition of honor than the traditional packs. While traditional battles were fought with only goddess-given gifts, like sharp claws and powerful teeth, we fought with guns and knives. Any way, any tool, to reduce their numbers, to slow them down, was acceptable. Most of the fighters had loved ones running, fleeing to safety. In other packs, wolves viewed running away, retreat, as a treasonous act, something awful and shameful. I disagreed vehemently. There was no point for everyone to die in a battle we knew, deep in our bones, we could not win. Just a small, determined group would have the exact same, crucial effect. As I thought of what our soon-to-be future would hold, I was meticulously clearing up my affairs, tying up all loose ends. I had prepared heartfelt goodbye letters to all of my family members, to be sent upon my inevitable death. At least, if I did die, I would ensure I took the Alpha King of North America with me, a final, defiant act. At my desk, looking at my computer screen, seeing the words of my will, I felt like such a dramatic bitch, truly. Just in time to save me from my own morbid boredom, Lorene burst into my office, her face grim, her voice urgent. "They're here." I jumped up, my body instantly alert, my mind clear. "I'll go talk to them, to buy all of you time. Get those set to fight into position, and get the others, the civilians, to evacuate. You know the drill, Lorene." She nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears, and gave me a fierce hug. "You better not die, Isla." I hugged her back, just as fiercely, a solemn promise hanging in the air. "If I do, I'll take down at least one alpha king with me." We both took off in separate directions, our footsteps echoing in the quiet bass. I turned on the alarm, a blaring, piercing sound like a fire alarm. It was a specific signal, a desperate sign to flee, to run, because this was a fight we absolutely could not win. We had another alarm, a different sound, for a call to arms, for a fight we could win. But this was not it. As I ran towards the main entrance, gathering my chosen fighters, my gaze fell on each of them. There was Sabrina, Jack, Jason, Edward, John, Max, Leon. If I was to die, at least I would be among friends, among family. That, truly, was the best way to die. Too soon, I found myself at the front door of my home, my sanctuary. I exited, stepping out into the cold air, and close enough to touch was an army, a vast, imposing force. I recognized my mate and the Alpha King of Europe standing grimly in the very front, their powerful presences dominating the field. I took a deep, steadying breath, forcing myself to control a sudden, desperate urge to run into his arms, to seek comfort. I could not, it was impossible for me, not after all this. I couldn't forget the blood of innocence, of my own family, that was on his hands. I made direct eye contact with Alec, our gazes locking across the space. We stared at each other, no words exchanged, each trying to make the other back down, to lose this silent battle of wills. The winner would get what they desired. But to our intense, private game, there was suddenly no winner or loser, as a powerful, unexpected growl yanked us both back to the harsh reality. The Alpha King of Europe was the one who had growled, in fact, his voice a raw, primal sound. "Mate! Oh, fuck. Now, who was the poor girl who was now sympathetic to my plight, who shared this impossible burden?" I followed my enemy's line of sight, and saw Sabrina standing stiffly, her face a mask of disgust. Oh, shit. The delicious irony of this situation was not lost on me, neither was the look of utter disgust on Sabrina's face, a mirror of my own feelings. I told her, my voice low and clear, cutting through the silence. "I see you have a mate. It's okay, Sabrina. It's not the same choice as me. I will let you go to him if that's what you truly want, if that's what your wolf demands. But I have to warn you, if you side with me, if you choose to fight, it might come to the point where we will have to kill our mates." Sabrina looked me straight in the eye, her resolve unwavering. "I am from Europe, Isla. My parents know exactly what it is to be a guest of this Alpha King, his victim. He is no mate of mine, not truly." I heard a pain-filled howl fill the air then, a desperate, gut-wrenching sound from the Alpha King of Europe. Sabrina could not outright reject someone of royal blood, a powerful alpha, but that was as close to a rejection as one could get without a full-blown declaration. I saw the deep pain in Sabrina's eyes, pain not just from today's harsh reality, but from her tortured past, a lifetime of hurt. I nodded at her, a silent understanding passing between us. "We have no mates here, Sabrina. No. Here, we are at war, and nothing else matters in war." Alec's howl, a raw cry of betrayal and anguish, joined his cousins, echoing across the field. I steeled myself, my muscles tensing, for the brutal battle to come. We needed to stall them, to hold them back, to buy precious time, to ensure the others escaped safely. My small group of 30 dedicated fighters faced a massive, overwhelming force of over 100 wolves. But we had witches, and vampires, and guns, and knives. We were 30 strong, and we would take down at least twice our number before falling. I turned to my people, my voice ringing with defiant power. "To family. To family," was the thundered reply, a unified roar that vibrated through the ground. I faced my mate, my eyes locked on his, and charged forward. Sabrina and I, in a silent understanding, avoided our mates as best we could, weaving through the chaos, and fought. I tried to put down my opponents without killing them, to wound rather than end lives, but everyone knew the inherent risk of fighting in such a bloody conflict. As the leader of our small, brave group, I felt the sharp, agonizing pain every time one of my people was cut down, every time they fell. Blows were exchanged with brutal efficiency, and this, we all knew, would be a fight to the death. Sadly, Sabrina and I were unable to avoid our destined ones forever. Too soon, with the relentless churn of the battle, we found ourselves face to face with them. There was a moment, a stark, profound pause, where both sides froze, the chaos momentarily forgotten. Both sides hesitant, unwilling, to continue, to bring harm to the one they were instinctively meant to protect. I was the first to act, breaking the spell. I drew a wicked sword from my side, the cold steel gleaming, and ran forward, a blur of motion. Surprisingly, Alec had a sword too, one of mine even, a familiar hilt. I must have dropped it at some point during my frantic escape. With his fluid movements, his graceful, deadly dance, I knew that I had met someone who possessed even more talent than I did with a sword. But had that ever stopped me before? Never. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sabrina and her mate fighting, a furious, desperate dance. It was clear she was going for the kill, intent on ending him, and her mate was attempting, vainly, to get her to submit, to yield to him. His wolf must not have liked her fierce resistance, her outright defiance. My attention was abruptly dragged back to my own fight as Alec managed to land a clean slice on my arm, a sharp burst of pain. Both Sabrina and I were already heavily injured, our bodies protesting. It hadn't been easy taking down 15 wolves each. I felt, rather than saw, that the fighting around us had ceased entirely. Each of our people, and even his, had abandoned their own personal battles to watch ours, to witness this epic, impossible clash. It must have been something for the history books, for the ancient tales. We were each the most powerful in our separate groups, in our own respective countries, and now, we were facing each other, mate against mate. But still, I knew, with a grim certainty, that Sabrina and I could never truly win this fight, not in the traditional sense. But I'll be damned, absolutely damned, if I ever surrendered. I was ready to play the ultimate game of death. Chapter 20. Third-person point of view. Everyone watched this battle, this fierce, desperate exchanging of blows. They knew, with a chilling certainty, they would probably only witness something of this magnitude once in their entire lifetime. No one else, not in their experience, would fight like this, with such raw intensity, such utter disregard for their own lives. They understood, deep in their bones, that this fight, this brutal dance, would end in death. Mate versus mate. Hate versus love. Ceasing their own individual fights, their weapons lowered, the combatants on both sides could only watch in stunned, profound silence. It was a primal fight between a king and a queen, their destinies intertwined, their conflict echoing across the field. To make any noise, to utter a sound, would be a profound disrespect to the ancient, powerful forces at play. One simply shouldn't attract the attention of these four predators, especially not now. No matter how skilled, how powerful, one might be in fighting, these four were in a different league entirely, a realm of power unto themselves. One couple, Isla and Alec, fought with gleaming swords, each blade a deadly extension of their will. And each one bled, a stark testament to the ferocity of the fight, whenever the other managed to land a hit, a sharp, precise cut. The other couple, Sabrina and her unwilling mate, fought with raw, elemental power, claws tearing and magic crackling. One, a wild wolf, the other, a formidable witch, they found themselves as bitter foes in this desperate battle of life and death. Who would win in this ultimate, brutal fight? And would the other even wish to live? Would they survive the unbearable loss, when their mate finally fell, when their other half perished? Isla point of view. Dodge. Lunge. Uppercut. I was losing, and I knew it, a cold, hard truth settling in my gut. It was clear, painfully clear, that Alec was far more skilled with a blade than I was. He was a master, I merely proficient. It was obvious to anyone watching, but I could not, would not, surrender. It was apparent, the raw, focused energy in the air, that our fight, alongside Sabrina's, was absolutely captivating everyone's attention. My people who managed to escape, those who were already fleeing, would be safe. That was all that truly mattered. Tuck and roll. Alec got another cut in, a stinging slash across my side. At this point, I was bleeding pretty heavily, a steady crimson flow. I couldn't shift into my wolf form, not now, because my wolf, the treacherous thing, would immediately surrender to our mate, to Alec's inherent dominance. I couldn't truly win this fight, not with blades, but I would not, under any circumstances, lose. Surrender, my mate grunted, his voice ragged, as I expertly dodged another of his powerful blows, the air whistling past my ear. Sending back another hit, a desperate, wild swing, I replied, my voice hoarse. Never. A grim smile, a rare, fleeting thing, overcame my face for once. If I died today, this very moment, it would be the death I wanted, the one I chose. It would be the death of a warrior, fighting for her people, for her beliefs. When I was little, all I ever wanted was to lead the Dorge Organization, to guide it, to build it into something formidable. Now, in this moment, bleeding and battered, would be satisfied in giving it up to someone capable, someone worthy, and simply being a fighter, a single blade in the fray. It was a bit late, perhaps, for me to be having these deep, philosophical thoughts. Dodge. Hit. Shit, that hurt like a bitch. A searing, agonizing pain tore through me. I was bleeding heavily, a growing stain on my clothes. Alec was carefully avoiding the hits he could make, the fatal blows that would end my life instantly, and instead was trying to give me only small, shallow cuts, aiming to wear me down, to force me to surrender. One thing he didn't know, however, was that I was really, really fucking prideful. There was absolutely no way I would ever surrender, not to him, not to anyone. Run. I deliberately led our fight a little away from Sabrina's fierce, desperate battle. If I were to attack Sabrina's mate, she would feel a primal, overwhelming need to protect him, just as my wolf would feel the same fierce loyalty towards Alec. No, it was better, cleaner, to have our own separate fights, our own personal hells. I finally caught a quick glimpse of Sabrina, and she was in pretty rough shape, bleeding and strained. First off, her healing abilities as a witch were slower than ours, slower than a werewolf's, and her powerful magic would undoubtedly be wearing off, leaving her vulnerable. Lower cut. I needed to help her, now. I smirked, a wicked, defiant grin, as an idea, a daring, desperate plan, solidified in my mind. Using my semi-pack bonds with the Dorge Organization, the deep, intertwined connections, I drained the raw power of those who were safe, those who were already evacuating, those still watching from a distance. I pulled it inside me, a surge of raw energy, and then pushed it out, a powerful, focused wave, directly to Sabrina, who was only a semi-member of our organization, a recent addition. She stopped dead still, shocked, momentarily stunned by this sudden, unexpected influx of new power. Sabrina caught my eyes across the field, a silent communication passing between us, and nodded her heartfelt thanks. I didn't have time to nod back. Alec was coming at me from a new, unexpected angle, his sword ablur. Lunge. Spinning around fiercely after my failed lunge, trying to regain my balance, I got rather close to the people who were still watching us, too close for their comfort. It was kind of funny, in a grim way, to see them scatter, scrambling away, giving us even more space. Surprisingly, in the midst of their retreat, I saw the twins, Jack and Jason, with Axel, Alec's beta. With the way they were possessively holding him, their hands tight on his arms, I thought, with a flash of insight, that they had found their second chance mate, their own unexpected twist of fate. Duck. Fuck. I felt blood drip down my back, a hot, stinging trail, as Alec landed yet another hit, a precise, calculated blow. Not to say that Alec wasn't hurt himself, I'd managed to land a couple of good, solid hits, and unlike him, I was going in for the kill, aiming to end the fight decisively. That gave me the advantage, a crucial edge in this deadly dance. He was trying to be careful, to restrain himself, to get me to submit, to yield to his dominance. A lot of high-ranking werewolves, powerful alphas, needed their mates to submit to them, to their wolves, and their wolves would not take disrespect lightly, not from anyone. Move. Stop this madness, the Alpha King of Europe suddenly called out, his voice booming across the battlefield, his tone filled with a mix of fury and disbelief. Jump. Both groups, our small band and their vast army, were now much closer to each other, forming a tightening circle around us. I knew that the Alpha King of Europe was talking directly to me. He had already had this exact conversation with his own mate, Sabrina, and she, stubbornly, defiantly, wouldn't give in to him. He was also keenly aware that she answered to me, that I was her leader, her boss. Hell, every supernatural in North America, every single one of them, answered to my mate, Alec, except for us rogues. It certainly helped, in this chaotic situation, that I was a rogue leader. Roll. I smirked, a challenging glint in my eyes. You'll have to kill us first. Back to back. I found my next fighting position with Sabrina, our bodies pressed against each other for a brief moment of mutual support. We quickly switched around our spots, a fluid, practiced movement, in order to avoid the other being attacked by one's own mate, a messy, complicated situation indeed. At the same time, my mind was being bombarded by urgent mind links, a flurry of concerned voices. One of my people, watching from a distance, must be keeping them informed, providing updates. No one in my organization wanted me to die, and that thought, in the midst of the chaos, warmed my heart, a tiny spark of comfort. It just reinforced, solidified, why I was willing to sacrifice myself for them, for my family, my chosen people. Fake forward. Alec made direct eye contact with me, his eyes filled with a raw, desperate pain, and stated, his voice raspy, broken. You're dying. Cut around his back. Breathing heavily, each breath a struggle, I managed a sarcastic answer, my voice filled with dark humor. Of course, I am. That's the whole point, isn't it? Stab. I wanted him to keep talking, to keep pouring out his heart, because if he talked, he wasn't attacking me, which was good, very good indeed. That's what everyone, my people and his, wanted. I really, desperately needed to catch my breath, to steady myself. I thought I was in peak physical shape, but wow, this battle was literally killing me. As I looked upon my mate, truly looked at him, I saw the fierce, agonizing internal conflict raging within him. Run. He enunciated heavily, every word filled with a terrible weight. I am killing you. Dodge. I nodded, my voice clipped. Yup. Alec looked over at the other Alpha King, the one from Europe. I could tell, by the subtle shift in his eyes, by the way his gaze focused, that they were mind-linking, communicating silently. Technically, we were still circling each other, a deadly dance, and so was Sabrina, but if they didn't attack, we wouldn't either. We both needed a break, a momentary reprieve from the relentless fight. I couldn't even use my wolf now because the damn bitch would just surrender, submitting instantly, and Sabrina had to fight against her every primal instinct that was calling her to her mate. It wasn't like me, she had only just found out about her bond, minutes ago, while I had had weeks, an eternity, to come to terms with the agonizing situation. I could tell, with a chilling certainty, what Alec and the European Alpha King were talking about, the grave discussion unfolding between them. Apparently, my mate was the only smart one among them. He was informing his cousin that he would rather die, would rather perish, than surrender. It seemed that us saying it, our verbal defiance, wasn't enough to truly convince them. Alec, with a flash of understanding, had figured it out. Sabrina and I were giving our mates a choice of their own, a terrible, desperate ultimatum. Alec frowned, his face a mask of displeasure, as if he didn't like the answer that his European counterpart had given him. Not a second later, Sabrina and her mate abruptly resumed their fierce, desperate fight, a renewed surge of violence. I immediately put myself in a position of readiness, my body tensed, anticipating his next lunge, his next charge, his next brutal blow. How long would this go on, this unbearable dance, until one of us finally ended it, until one of us fell? Alec walked towards me, his footsteps heavy, purposeful, and I dodged out of the way, anticipating a blow that never came. I froze, my muscles locking, as Alec simply stopped, rooted to the spot. I didn't get it. What was he doing? This wasn't the proud, arrogant alpha king of North America that everyone knew, the ruthless warrior. Who was this man standing before me, broken and vulnerable? But more importantly, what was that strange, raw look in his eye as he stared at me, his gaze unwavering? Alex slowly dropped his sword onto the bloodied ground, the clang echoing in the sudden silence. "I will not harm my mate anymore," he said, his voice a low, resolute whisper. I frowned. What the fuck? This wasn't how it was supposed to go, not at all. I lunged forward, a quick, practiced fake out towards him, my body tensed, but there was no reaction from him, not even a flinch. If I wasn't faking my lunge, if my intent had been true, I would have stabbed him in his heart, ended him right there. He wasn't even fighting back. It wasn't a surrender, not in the traditional sense. I could kill him, I could kill my mate, and finally get revenge for Callum, for Sebastian, for all the innocent people he had killed. I walked forward, deliberately, slowly, and not even his own people came forward to stop me, to shield him. I knew that they would, they respected him, they were loyal to their alpha king. This was something that hadn't even been seen before, an unthinkable act. Sabrina and her mate were still fighting, their battle growing more violent, more desperate than ever, but that thought barely registered in my mind. It was just my mate and I, locked in our own private world, and not for the best reasons either. To kill him. Or to not kill him? That was the agonizing question, the impossible choice hanging in the air. Every primal part of me that was wolf screamed to save our mate, to protect him, to cherish him. Every other rational, human part of me wanted him dead, wanted him to pay for his sins. He should pay. He is your mate. He killed them. He is our other half. What kind of leader are you if you don't rid the world of your biggest enemy, your oppressor? No. Yes. I clutched my head, my hands tangling in my hair. Why couldn't they just shut up? They didn't, these warring voices inside me. They paused, a sudden, tense silence, waiting to see my next actions, my next choice, the decision that would define my future, define who I was. Who am I? A mate killer. Will I be remembered in history, in the whispered legends, as the woman who took the life of her own mate, her other half? I wouldn't outlive him, I wouldn't let myself bear that unbearable burden. But could I actually go through the brutal, final action of taking my beloved's life, the life of the one whose soul was entwined with mine? I can't. But I can. But should I? At this point, I was standing directly in front of my dearest mate, my other half, my alpha king. I slowly raised my sword, the sharp blade glinting in the faint light, and he didn't flinch, didn't move a muscle. Alex spoke no words, no desperate pleas, to convince me not to kill him. He just stared at me, his gaze unwavering, with a look in his eye. A look of love. Love is like life, it isn't always fair, it's often brutal and messy, and it certainly hasn't been fair to me. I lowered my sword slowly, letting the tip rest lightly on his shoulder, as if to behead him, a final, terrifying gesture. What had I done, what had I ever done, to deserve his love, to receive such a profound offering? We should hate each other, we must hate each other. He will always have my heart, deeply intertwined, like my other half should, but I had to consider my own people, my chosen family. The ones he killed. I raised my sword one last time, my arm trembling with the effort, the weight of the decision. To take the life of the one who I held dearest in this chaotic world. Chapter 21. Isla point of view. You can. You can't. You should. You shouldn't. You hate him. You love him. A bewildering mess of contradictions is what currently governed my very soul, tearing me in two. Confused as shit sounded about right, an accurate description of my internal state. What to do? What to do? I truly didn't know what to do. To kill or to save, I had to make a choice, right here, right now. People would understand if I didn't kill him, wouldn't they? I knew, deep down, they would. But would he ever leave me alone then? Would he ever truly let me go? And did I even want him to? Could I stand it, the unbearable thought, to see him in the arms of another, to know he was with someone else? I have to do it, I have to kill him. Do I? Damn it, why can't the choice be clear, black and white? Why does it have to be so incredibly, agonizingly complicated? I didn't want to be here, I didn't want to make this impossible choice. I really didn't. But a choice had to be made, the fate of many, perhaps even the future of rogues, resting on my shoulders. Do I really have to kill my other half, the very soul of my mate? Still, Sabrina and her mate continued to fight, their own desperate battle raging. Apparently, the Alpha King of Europe didn't think that what Alec was doing, dropping his sword, offering himself, was a good idea at all. I didn't know if I agreed with him or not. I was still here, my sword raised, poised, about to kill him, my heart hammering. I can. I swung my sword downwards, beginning the motion, determined to complete the action, to end it all. I can't. I let my sword swing down, but instead of connecting with my mate, instead of burying itself in his flesh, it went flying, tumbling in a wild, uncontrolled direction, landing with a clatter somewhere in the background. I didn't pay attention to it. My eyes were only, completely, for my mate, for Alec. I could see his emotions change, flicker and shift, as he silently examined my actions, my desperate, last-second choice. Regret to relief to fear to acceptance to relief to happiness. I collapsed then, my legs giving out, right into my mate's arms, and immediately started sobbing, deep, gut-wrenching sobs. I knew, with a wave of self-deprecation, so much for my powerful woman's speech, for my defiant facade. My raw emotions, the conflicting desires, had simply gotten the best of me, overwhelmed me. I needed the profound comfort that only came from the other half of your soul, from your mate. My sobs, thankfully, left just as quickly as they came, a sudden, surprising cessation. Apparently, my hormones were doing shitty things to me. This was supposed to only happen when you were on your period, damn it. Alex stroked my hair soothingly, his large hand gentle against my scalp, while cooing comfortingly into my ear, his voice a low, rumbling balm. I let myself enjoy it, let myself sink into his warmth, because I knew, with a certainty that chilled me, that soon enough I would have to move again, to face reality. If I got up now, everything would get more complicated, more impossibly tangled. I just wanted another moment, a single, precious moment, away from the harsh reality. I clung to my mate, the powerful Alpha King who had been willing to die in order not to hurt me. Mine. Soon enough, Alec whispered into my ear, his voice soft, almost teasing. I thought you might want to know that everyone is staring at us, mate, and your friend is still fighting. Hearing that, hearing the news of Sabrina still in peril, I bolted up, instantly alert, and launched myself towards Sabrina without another warning, a renewed surge of fierce loyalty. Last time I had checked on her, she was losing a lot of blood, gravely injured, and was close to the point of dying. Apparently her mate was willing to kill her, to end her. Not on my fucking watch. I ran back into the thick of the fight, my feet pounding, without even taking the time to grab a weapon. But now, I had my wolf fully with me, aligned. Ever since I had gone back into my mate's arms, our two souls, my human and my wolf, were in agreement once more, perfectly synchronized. I saw that the fucking Alpha King of Europe was still in his feral wolf form, a massive, snarling beast. I saw him lunging directly towards Sabrina, who was just then turning to see me, her eyes wide with pain and surprise. It would kill her, that brutal attack. Without any care for my own safety, without a second thought, I jumped directly between them, throwing myself into harm's way. I closed my eyes, bracing myself, as I awaited for the killing blow, the powerful impact, to hit me instead of my friend, instead of Sabrina. But it never came. I opened my eyes, cautiously, to see the Alpha King of Europe frozen, completely motionless, in mid-leap, suspended in the air right in front of me. Alec showed up a second later, a blur of raw power, pouncing on him with brutal force. I knew, without a doubt, that Alec's wolf was in complete control, driven by pure instinct, because his mate, me, had nearly died. Wolves have a powerful tendency to take that kind of threat very, very badly. I turned to thank Sabrina, to offer her words of comfort, but instead, I had just enough time to catch her, to steady her, as she passed out, her body collapsing into my arms. Her eyes were still a brilliant, shining red color, glowing with residual power. From what Moira had told me, this meant that to perform the last, incredible spell that had saved me, she had to let her raw magic, her vast power, completely control her. That was a very dangerous, unstable state for a witch. Immediately, I went into doctor mode, my training kicking in, practical and urgent. I checked her pulse, which was existent, albeit weak and thready. I snapped my fingers in the direction of my people, a sharp, clear signal. Most of them had been with me long enough to understand my silent commands. The first one rushed over to me and quickly handed me a potion, a small, glowing vial. Moira and Glinda, our powerful witches, had tried to make as many healing and energy-giving potions as possible, anticipating this very scenario. I quickly made Sabrina drink one of each, pouring the liquid down her throat. At this point, I raised my head, my gaze snapping in the direction of the two still fighting wolves, the two Alpha Kings. I started to fume inside, a slow, building rage. Who did this Alpha King of Europe think he was? His mate had nearly just died, brutally, because of him, and all he could do was continue to fight, to rage? He didn't even seem to care. For that matter, what did Alec think he was doing, continuing this unnecessary battle? I got that he wanted to defend my life, to protect me, but I could do that on my own, thank you very much. I carefully passed Sabrina to one of my loyal people, entrusting her care, and then I marched purposefully towards the two fighting Alpha Kings, my anger a tangible force. Everyone around them was terrified of both of them, of their raw, untamed power, and was looking at me like I was utterly crazy for walking straight towards them, for daring to intervene. Maybe I was, but damn if that would stop me. I yelled, my voice ringing out, sharp and commanding, cutting through the snarls and growls. What the fuck are you two doing? Both of them stopped short, their massive forms freezing, equally confused by my sudden, furious outburst. I pointed a furious finger at the Alpha King of Europe, my voice laced with righteous indignation. First off, your mate nearly just died because of your stupidity, and all you can do is fight like a maddened beast? If she dies, it would be all your fucking fault. Men are all idiots. I then turned to my mate, my gaze blazing. What do you think you are doing, Alec? Just because I didn't kill you doesn't mean everything is fine and dandy. I want both of you to shift and come with me now. In the sheer shock of being yelled at, of being directly commanded by a female, by me, both males did just that. They shifted back to their human forms, their massive wolves receding, standing naked and bewildered. Their people, already anticipating, brought them each a pair of shorts, which they quickly donned. I turned, my anger still simmering, and stalked back towards Sabrina, who needed me more than those two idiotic Alpha Kings. Fuck, it was days like this I wanted to murder someone, just to relieve the tension. I turned to one of the only females left of my group, her face grim but composed, and told her, bring Sabrina inside and get her to the medical center, immediately. I heard a low growl from the Alpha King of North America, a protest, which I silenced with a single, sharp look. I needed to clean up the battlefield now, to assess the damage. 10 of my people were dead, fallen warriors, their lives sacrificed. The other 20 were injured in various degrees of severity, their bodies bruised and bleeding. Most of my people, the civilians and the vulnerable, had escaped safely, taking everything valuable with them. No one here, not in my small, brave group, had expected to survive this fight, to walk away. Suddenly, my attention was pulled in a different direction when I heard the distinctive click of a bomb being set off, a soft, chilling sound. So sue me, I had rigged bombs to blow if stepped on, designed to kill more of their forces after our retreat. I was petty like that, practical and vengeful. These bombs were pressure-sensitive ones, which meant if the dude kept his foot on it, it wouldn't go off. But once he lifted his foot, even a millimeter, boom. I yelled, using my mate's alpha order, the pure, raw power of his command flowing through me. Everyone, don't move. They were all forced to obey, their bodies freezing instantly, their instincts overriding their free will. Alec gave me a curious, questioning look, his brow furrowed. "What's going on, mate?" I shrugged, a casual gesture despite the gravity of the situation. "One of your people just stepped on one of my bombs." The other Alpha King, the European, stared at me, his face filled with shock and indignation. "How could you do such a thing, rogue?" I glared at him, my eyes narrowed. "I wasn't expecting to live, you arrogant fool. No one in my group was. I just wanted to take out a few more of you, to make you pay a higher price." I walked towards a terrified wolf, who was frozen in place, his face pale with fear, and crouched down carefully. I dug around the pressure plate a little, my fingers nimble, and then pulled a hidden cord. These bombs were hurried, homemade creations, designed for quick deployment. They were pretty easy to deactivate, if you knew how. I stood up, wiping my hands on my blood-stained clothes. "There, done." Alec called out, his voice clear and commanding, "You all may move now." I turned to face my mate, my gaze direct, unyielding. "I think we have some talking that needs to get done, Alpha King." Chapter 22. Isla Point of View. "Follow me," I told them, my voice cutting through the lingering tension. The Alpha King of Europe mused out loud, his voice carrying a note of disbelief. "We were just fighting, and now you are actually leading us into your headquarters, into your very den?" I shrugged, a casual gesture. "Be careful what you touch. Most of this place is rigged, or trapped." One of their people, a grizzled warrior, chuckled, a low, appreciative sound. "That's really smart, boss. Leaving a small, dedicated amount of warriors behind to fight, to draw attention, while your main people escape. Then, when we're searching the place, thinking we've won, there are traps everywhere, waiting to spring." I smirked, a knowing glint in my eye. "It works very well, though." Alec walked next to me, his presence a warm anchor, his voice a low rumble. "Where is Sabrina?" I neatly avoided the question, my gaze straight ahead. "Somewhere." Alpha asshole, however, got visibly upset, his face flushing with anger. "Where is my mate?" he bellowed. I pointedly ignored him, turning my head to call out to my people, my voice clear and authoritative. "Tend to your wounded, don't share any secrets, and do not, under any circumstances, listen in on our conversation." There was a chorus of, "Yes, boss," from my people, a unified, loyal response, followed by a chorus of grumbling from the other side, Alec's pack members. Edward called out, his voice hesitant, "Do we share the healing potions, boss?" I stopped walking, turning to face him, my answer firm. "Depends on how they act, it's your choice. Our people are the first priority, though, always." Alpha asshole grumbled, his voice low. "That's not fair." I glared at him, my eyes narrowed. "You did just try to kill me, and I have your mate, so I would shut up if I were you." I brought them into what had once been the kitchen, but most of the rooms in this section of the base were empty, stripped bare. When we moved, when we abandoned a place, we took everything we possibly could. No use in wasting what precious resources we had. It was very important to keep such things, to be self-sufficient. Not that these rich Alpha Kings would ever understand the meaning of a budget, or the necessity of scarcity, but whatever. I interrupted the awkward silence that was rapidly building in the air, a tension thick enough to cut with a knife. "So, let's start with you, Alpha asshole." The Alpha King of Europe cut me off, his voice sharp with indignation. "What did you just call me?" I blinked once, then twice, feigning innocence, before repeating myself, my voice calm and clear. "Alpha asshole. I don't know your real name, and I sure don't have enough respect for you to call you by your title. So, Alpha asshole is the closest I can get." Alec burst out laughing, a deep, hearty sound that filled the cavernous room. "I don't think diplomacy is your thing, mate." I shook my head, a small smile playing on my lips. "That's what my second-in-command is for. Lorene handles all that delightful nonsense." Alec managed to get his laughter under control, wiping a tear from his eye, before informing me, his voice still tinged with amusement. "His name is Eric." Alpha asshole, now identified as Eric, glared fiercely at Alec, his eyes narrowed. "You're supposed to be on my side, damn it. You're supposed to warn me." I shrugged, feigning indifference. "I still like alpha asshole better, but Eric will have to do, I suppose." He turned his glare back to me, his voice sharp, demanding. "I want my mate." I put my hands on my waist, adopting a defiant stance. "From what I saw out there, she doesn't want you, Eric." Eric stalked towards me, his gaze intense, dangerous. "You forgave Alec." I shoved him back, a sharp, unexpected push that sent him stumbling slightly, my own instincts flaring. "There is a fundamental difference between Alec and you, Eric. I have known Alec for longer than you have known Sabrina, a far deeper, more complex history. Alec never tortured me, never subjected me to such unspeakable horrors. It was our ideals and our people that separated us, that created the chasm between us. I never forgave him, not truly. I am giving him a chance to convince me that we should be together, that a future is possible. He was willing to die, to sacrifice himself, instead of killing me. You, however, nearly killed your mate, brutalizing her, driving her to the brink of death. I should just let Sabrina disappear, vanish into the shadows. It would serve an asshole like you right to lose your mate, to live with that emptiness." Eric growled at me, a low, guttural sound, and began to get aggressive, his body tensing, but Alex suddenly came to my rescue, stepping between us, a protective wall. Not that I needed his help at all, of course. Dominant wolves don't take their mates being threatened well, not in the slightest. Hell, even submissive wolves don't take their mates being threatened well. I once met a female omega with 3 mates who actually challenged an alpha because he was threatening her mates. I shuddered with the memory, a cold ripple of unease. She had quite literally ripped out the alpha's organs and strangled him with them, a truly gruesome display. Alec growled at Eric, his voice a deep, resonant warning. "Get out." Eric actually did, turning on his heel, wanting to avoid a full-blown fight, which was surprising, honestly. I expected him to growl back, to challenge Alec, at the very least. Maybe he just had a particular, profound dislike for me. Wouldn't be the first time that an alpha admitted a very profound hate for me, nor would it be the last. Alec turned back to me, his gaze softening, and I commented, my voice dry, "I don't like him very much, Alec." Alec, however, was much more serious now, his expression grim. "We need to talk, Isla." I rolled my eyes, a small, exasperated gesture. "I know that, Alpha King." He and I sat down on the couch, the worn cushions sinking beneath us, the silence stretching. "What are we going to do, Isla?" he asked, his voice low. I admitted, my gaze distant, "I don't know, Alec." "Not yet." Alec turned, staring at me for a second, his eyes searching mine. "I know I am willing to do anything to be with you, Isla. Anything. I'll even give up my throne, my title, to Leo or some other cousin who is dominant enough to hold it, to manage the pack. Whatever you want, whatever you need, I'll do it, just don't run away again, please." He grabbed me around my waist, his strong hand warm against my skin, and pulled me to him, effortlessly lifting me. I was now sitting on his lap, a familiar, comfortable position, but I didn't mind it at all. I knew that Alec needed the skin-on-skin contact, the reassuring touch of our mate bond. He really was making an effort, a profound one. For more dominant wolves, for powerful alphas like him, it was far more difficult to control their inner wolves, to restrain their primal instincts. Their wolves also made it incredibly difficult to be humiliated, defeated, or defied. With my recent behavior, my outright challenge to him, I honestly thought he was going to lose it completely. I just let myself snuggle up to him, burrowing into his warmth. I'd been doing some serious thinking, wrestling with my options. I loved the Dorge Organization, it was my life, my family, but sometimes I didn't feel like a good leader, not truly. I was a bit too impulsive, a bit too Hanson, always craving the fight. I had the qualities of a good leader, yes, but it just felt so constraining, so suffocating, to have to take care of everything, every detail, every person. I had always imagined that my mate would share that immense burden with me, would lighten the load. But if I expected him to come with me, to abandon his life for mine, why couldn't I do the same thing for him? Why couldn't I make that sacrifice, that leap of faith? I could try, that was a definite possibility. Whatever children I had with Alec, our future offspring, would be fated to rule the throne one day, to carry on his legacy. Ashley and Laura, my younger sisters, were already willing to take over the organization at some point, their own leadership qualities growing. I could give control to Laureen and Stefan until the two girls came of age, until they were ready. As a matter of fact, there were plenty of capable people within the organization who could use a promotion, who deserved a chance to lead. One thing I knew, with absolute certainty, was that I couldn't have both roles. If Alec remained Alpha King, if he kept his throne, I could not, logically, remain the leader of the Dorge Organization. The rogues wouldn't trust a royal to protect them, to truly understand their plight. With Alec as my mate, I hoped to reduce the need for the Dorge Organization in North America, to lessen its importance, but in other countries, I wanted to increase our presence, to expand our reach. Either way, the Alpha Kings didn't have total control of everything, so they wouldn't be able to stop every injustice, every wrong. Alec started to pet my hair in a comforting, rhythmic manner, his touch gentle. "Penny for your thoughts, mate?" I looked up at him, my eyes meeting his. "Just thinking, Alec." "About what, mate?" he pressed softly. I shrugged, a small movement. "Us, what to do about everything." He restated his earlier opinion, his voice firm, resolute. "As I said, Isla, it's entirely up to you. I just want to be your mate, that's all I truly desire." I proposed, what if I came to the castle for a month, and we call it a test period? That way, we could see if our relationship, our unique bond, works at all, and figure out all the kinks, all the rough edges. Alex suddenly gave me a roguish grin, a charming, teasing flash of white teeth. I didn't know my mate had some of those. It took me a second, a slow beat of my heart, to understand what he was referring to, and I playfully hit his chest, a soft thud. "Perv. That's not the type of kinks I meant, and you know it." He spoke right next to my ear, his breath warm against my skin, his voice a low rumble. "Are you sure, mate?" I was probably bright red right now, my face a furious blush. "It doesn't matter either way, Alpha King. You, mister, are not completely out of the doghouse yet. You did threaten my brother's pack, and there were innocents, vulnerable people, caught in the crossfire." Alec looked unapologetic, his expression serious. "I am sorry it got to that point, Isla, truly. But you will understand, mate, that for you, I would do anything, absolutely anything. After all, what is a king without his queen?" I smirked, a knowing glint in my eye. "Nothing. But a queen without her king? Historically speaking, more powerful, more independent." He groaned, a theatrical sound. "I should have seen that coming, you sneaky thing." I bounced lightly on his lap, a playful movement. "Yup. So, it's settled, then?" Alec frowned, a slight crease between his brows. "What's settled, Isla?" I rolled my eyes, a familiar gesture. "I am going to stay with you at the castle for a month, a trial period, to bond, to see if we can make this work, before making any permanent decisions." He suddenly grabbed my hips, his hands firm, and stopped my bouncing, a subtle warning. "Unless you want to go all the way right now, mate, I suggest you stop moving." I became hyper-aware then, and very self-conscious, of what was poking into my backside, a definite, undeniable presence. I should have seen that coming. He was a horny mate, apparently, and not shy about it. I tried to play it off, to feign ignorance, but by the undeniable glint in his eye, I had failed pathetically. I attempted to change the subject, my voice a little breathless. "We probably should go check on our people and Sabrina, Alec." Alec nodded in agreement, his expression serious once more. "And Eric." I jumped up, relieved for the distraction, and Alec followed, rising fluidly to his feet. However, instead of letting me run off like I intended, to escape my embarrassment, he tucked me firmly into his side, his arm wrapped around my waist. Not that I minded, of course, he was quite warm, and it allowed me to feel up what was underneath his shirt easily, a subtle, forbidden pleasure. I whispered into his ear, my voice low and teasing. "I can bring you to see Leo and his mate, Gloria, later if you want, Alpha King." Alex smiled, a genuine, warm expression. "I would like that very much, Isla, and to invite them back to the castle if they so wish, if they are comfortable." "Your wish is my command, mate." I smirked, a playful glint in my eye. "I want pizza." He laughed, a rich, full sound. "Later, love." Much later. We both emerged from the base, stepping out into the open, to see both of our people on opposite sides of the field, a clear division. I chuckled lightly to myself because my people, ever resourceful, had chosen the side where we hid our go bags, our emergency supplies, if we ever had to leave in a really big hurry through the front door or something. On the other side, Alex's people didn't look good at all. I could tell that my people had given them some healing potions, out of basic compassion, but not enough to heal everyone, not enough to fix all their injuries. Alec and I split, each going to our respective sides to deal with our people, to assess the situation. Even though we had mutually decided to give our mate Bond a shot, to truly try and make it work, mainly meaning I would stop running so he would stop chasing, maybe we would finally be able to be in the same house for more than a day, without both of us pretending the other wasn't there. I called out to Jack and Jason, their faces still grim from the fight. "Where is your mate?" Jack pouted, a small, childish gesture. He insisted that as Royal Beta he had to go to the other side, to be with his people, to manage them. Jason commented, a wry tone in his voice, "I'm pretty sure he thinks that he is the top in this relationship, the dominant one." Jack shook his head, a firm, resolute gesture. "I cannot bottom, Isla." I rolled my eyes, a familiar exasperation. "I don't need to know about what you do in your private time, Jack." I thought, with a flash of amusement, that Axel was about to be in for a rude awakening with those two. At least, they looked better, healthier. When they had first escaped, when they were living on their own, they weren't getting better. Their wolves were slowly going into what is called a mating depression, a deep, primal sadness caused by the absence of their first mate. But since they never truly finished the bond with their first mate, they had the rare chance to have a second one. I was truly happy for them, for their unexpected twist of fate. I added, my voice softening, "If you want, you two can go to the other side and check on him. Bring some food and water to them, don't be biased, don't play favorites." I made my way over to Sabrina, who was surprisingly already awake, sitting up. It must have been the two powerful potions, her rapid recovery a testament to their efficacy. Usually witches stayed passed out for a much longer time after overusing their powers. When I came into view, Sabrina threw herself at me, a desperate, relieved embrace, and hugged me tightly. I hugged her back, my arms wrapping around her, and she started sobbing, her body shaking. "I thought that my mate was going to kill you, Isla. I'm so sorry." I shushed her gently, rubbing her back. "I'm fine, you see." "It's all right, Sabrina." When she had control of herself, her sobs subsiding, Sabrina asked, her voice raspy, "What happened with your mate, Isla?" I smiled, a soft, weary expression. "We are figuring things out, Sabrina. When he stopped fighting and was willing to die in order not to kill me, it gave him a chance, a real chance, to be with me. I am going to stay at the castle for a month, a trial period. Now, I need to know what you want to do with your mate, with Eric." She clutched onto me, her grip tight, her voice raw. "I can't be with him, Isla." "Why?" I asked, my voice gentle, urging her to open up. She took a deep breath, her shoulders trembling, preparing to tell the entire, painful story of her past. Chapter 23. Isla. Sabrina took a deep, shuddering breath, her eyes distant, and began to tell her story, her voice low and strained. "About 10 years ago, my family and I were living in Europe. It was around the time when the current Alpha King of Europe had just come to power, establishing his brutal reign. Someone, a traitor, betrayed our location and, worse, the fact that we were witches, that we possessed magic. It had been our neighbors, I think, who had seen Glinda's accidental magic, back when she didn't have it under control yet, when her powers were wild and unpredictable. My mother, my father, my younger sister, my younger brother, and I were all brutally brought in front of the Alpha King of Europe, dragged before him like criminals. I supplied the name, my voice low and grim. His name is Eric. She nodded her thanks, a small, grateful gesture. Our family were natural scent hiders, you see, a rare gift. It meant we smelled of nothing, our magical aura masked. They tortured us, for weeks at a time, ceaselessly. My younger brother, Alex, was only 6 at the time, so small, so innocent. I was helpless, completely helpless, and could only watch, forced to witness his agony. They beat him to death, slowly but surely, day after day. He had barely even touched his magic yet, barely realized his own power. The killing blow, the final, horrific act, came when Eric himself visited us, personally. To convince our parents to give up their magic, to break their spirits, he beat my brother, relentlessly. Except he misjudged how much force he had, how fragile Alex was, and Alex's previous injuries, the weeks of torture, had already affected him so profoundly. Eric killed my youngest brother right in front of us, when my family was forced to watch, helpless. I started to stand up, my blood boiling, a raw, primal rage surging through me. I'm gonna kill him. Where is the bastard, Sabrina? Sabrina put her hand on my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, holding me back. Let me finish, Isla. Please. After Eric finished killing Alex, after he murdered my baby brother, he turned his furious attention to Glinda. He nearly killed her as well in his blind anger, his rage unchecked. I saved her, I did. I covered her tiny body with mine and took the blows, every single one of them. I had already come into my magic fully by then, my powers blooming, and could heal faster, absorb more. The torture continued for weeks more, starving us to death, slowly, agonizingly. After being abused like this for who knows how long, for an eternity, Eric finally decreed that we would all die the most painful death imaginable. They would beat us to death with whips, tearing our flesh, our very souls. I clenched my fists, my knuckles white, and tried to suppress the overwhelming urge within me which was screaming, yelling, kill. Kill. I wanted to comply, to unleash that rage, to seek vengeance, but I knew Sabrina needed to tell her story, to finally speak the truth. It had been weighing on her heart, a heavy, suffocating burden, for far too long. She continued, her voice trembling but steady. They started with me. Eric personally took the whip and delivered 40 lashes to my back, each blow a searing pain. Lesser men and wolves had died of such wounds, perished from the sheer brutality. He then switched to Glinda, who had always been more fragile, more delicate than I. My parents, in a final, selfless act of love, distracted him from her, drawing his rage, and he beat them instead. He continued, his fury relentless, and got his men to join in, their whips cracking, without stopping, while I continued to watch on, broken but alive. But what Eric forgot to consider, in his arrogance, was the powerful, desperate, dying wish and raw magic of a witch's and a parent's last breath. When my mother died, when her last breath left her, she gave her remaining power to my father, a final, powerful transfer. Their last dying wish and combined magic, a surge of raw, untamed power, teleported my sister and I out of there, away from that hell. We were saved, Isla, but they were not. I gave her a fierce hug, pulling her close, letting her weep into my shoulder. It's all right, Sabrina. It will be all right, I promise. She started to cry a little, soft, heartbroken sounds. It won't be, Isla. It won't ever be. On my back, I have the memory carved in, etched into my flesh. I will never be rid of those scars, the physical reminders of that horror. I will be reminded, every single day, that my mate tried to kill me, that he hated me, that he brutally murdered my brother, and my parents. You don't understand that kind of pain, Isla, the kind that tears your soul apart. I tried to rub her back soothingly, my hand gentle against her trembling shoulders. I blamed my mate, Alec, for killing my people, my uncles Callum and Sebastian. He gave away their location to your mate, Eric, who then carried out their murder. I don't know if we can ever truly look past it, if we can ever fully heal, but I am willing to try, to make an effort. I know for you, Sabrina, it isn't the same. Your pain is far deeper, far more personal. I understand that, truly. You make your own decision, whatever it may be, and no matter what, I will stand by you, always. Sabrina stopped crying, her breathing evening out, her voice soft. Thanks, Isla. I gave her a weak smile, my own heart aching. Whatever you need, Sabrina, whenever you need it, I'm here. She stood up, her posture straighter, a newfound resolve in her eyes. I am going to go check on our people, Isla. I grabbed her arm, my hand firm, stopping her. Will you be coming with me to the castle, Sabrina, when I go? I am not going back to my people, not yet. Sabrina shook her head, her gaze direct. I can't come with you now, Isla. I might in a week or two, once I've had some time. I shrugged, respecting her choice. However much time you need, Sabrina. Could you tell Leo and Glinda that my mate, Alec, wishes for them to come home, to the castle, under the condition that no harm will come to them, that they will be safe? Also, can you tell Lorene that she is in charge of the organization until my return, until I make my final decision about my future? She nodded, her expression serious. Of course, boss. With that, we split paths, each heading in our own direction. I needed to talk to Alec about everything, about Sabrina's horrific past, and make absolutely sure that Eric didn't stop Sabrina from leaving, didn't try to claim her. Not that he truly could, all of my people are really good at running away, at disappearing without a trace. It's an art form, a necessary skill for rogues. I popped up behind Alec, startling him slightly, and gently tapped his shoulder. Alec? He turned around, his eyes filled with concern. What do you need, mate? I gave him a hug, burying my face in his chest. Sabrina doesn't want to come to see Eric, Alec. Alec appeared frustrated, a crease forming between his brows. Are you sure? Can't she give him a chance, like you gave me, Isla? I shook my head, my voice firm. No, Alec. They already have a past together, a very dark one, and remember, Eric didn't stop fighting and nearly killed her earlier. He nearly ended her life. He shrugged, his expression softening slightly. I just know what it is like to have your mate not want you, Isla, how painful that is. I rolled my eyes, a gesture of exasperation. Get over it, Alpha King, and don't meddle in other people's problems. How are your people, after the fight? Alec immediately went into Alpha King mode, his posture straightening, his voice formal. They are fine, mate, we suffered some losses, of course. I will have to inform their families of their deaths, a difficult task. I groaned, a heartfelt sound. I hate doing that. Out of my group of 30, we have 10 dead, a devastating loss. He sympathized, his voice grim. It's the worst part of being a leader, the absolute worst. I quickly changed the subject, needing a distraction. Did you hear about your beta being mated to Jack and Jason? His head whipped around so fast it was funny, his eyes wide with surprise. What? I grinned, enjoying his shock. Yup. I can't wait to see how that works out, Alec. Alec looked genuinely confused. I didn't even know he was gay. I raised my eyebrows, a pointed look. Apparently, you are not the most observing person ever, Alpha King, because even I know that he is bisexual. He looked at me, a mixture of disbelief and curiosity in his eyes. How, Isla? I shrugged, a mysterious smile playing on my lips. I have my ways. Either way, I need to go congratulate the new couple, the happy trio. Alec smiled, a genuine warmth radiating from him. I'll come too, mate. We walked together in a comfortable silence, the easy companionship settling between us. The camps weren't too big, scattered across the field, so it didn't take long to come across the group we were looking for. Except for the fact that they were in the middle of a huge fight, a very loud, aggressive argument. Axel, the royal beta, was yelling, his voice strained. I don't know, damn it. I don't know what you want. Jack shot back, his voice equally agitated. Just give it a shot, Axel, we don't bottom. Axel crossed his arms, his posture rigid. No way, I refuse. I am the beta. Jason sighed, a long-suffering sound. We can make it work, Axel. But we will never bottom. Axel, in a fit of frustration, threw a water bottle directly at Jason's face. Fuck off. That's humiliating for me. Jack looked truly pissed now, his eyes flashing. How is it humiliating for you to bottom, but not for the twinks you bring home, Axel? Maybe we should intervene, I thought, a small frown forming on my face. But they had escalated to the point of throwing things, physical objects. Alec and I decided it was best just to back away very silently, to observe from a distance. He would call his beta soon, once the dust settled, to be able to get everyone back to the castle quickly. We were vulnerable, like sitting ducks, exposed here in the open field. I turned to Alec, my decision made. I will be sending my people home, Alec. Jack and Jason will be staying with us, at the castle. Alec kissed my temple, a soft, reassuring touch. How are you leaving, mate? What's your plan? I smirked, a secret sharing. I have witches, Alpha King. He smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. I won't ask, then. I gave him a playful shove, a light push, and crossed the field, still soaked in blood, my clothes clinging to me. Hopefully, it could make good fertilizer for the ground, a morbid thought. My camp was already packing up, dismantling their temporary shelters, like they knew exactly what I was thinking. All the tunnels in the base were sealed, closed off, so we would travel by witch power, a quick, magical transfer. We just had one thing left to do, get rid of the base itself, make it disappear. It was a witch thing, apparently, a specialized spell. They could make the entire place sink into the ground, completely vanishing, to be hidden until it was needed again. Anyone with the special necklace, the one they locked the power into, could access it, could bring it back. It was really smart for safe houses, for hidden bases. I liked the idea, and every base we abandoned that wasn't in the city, that was what we did. If it was in the city, people would figure it out, the humans. There were still idiotic humans who didn't know about us, about the supernatural living there, among them. I ordered Sabrina, my voice clear and firm, take care of the base, Sabrina. I walked away, calling out, my voice amplified by a hint of raw magic, everyone away from the building, now. I used my mind link to amplify the effect, to make sure no one was inside, to ensure no one was left behind. It happened once, a terrible memory, and it still haunts my nightmares, the thought of leaving someone behind. Sabrina made quick work of the building, the structure shimmering and sinking, because it was a pre-made spell, a pre-programmed magical sequence, which meant that the power to do it was stored in a specific object that allowed anyone to access it if they knew what they were doing. So, mostly witches, the skilled ones. I heard exclamations of surprise coming from my mate's camp, a cacophony of voices. How is that possible? Holy shit, that's terrifying. I want one. Alec ran up to me, his eyes wide with wonder. How did you do that, Isla? How did it just disappear? I smirked once more, a mysterious, knowing smile. Witches, Alpha King. Suddenly, someone yelled, their voice filled with confusion. Where did they go? They just vanished. It seemed that my camp, my people, had finally moved out, had successfully teleported away. It was funny, in a strange way, to see these normal people reacting with such disbelief. I was so used to it, to the magic, to the sudden disappearances, that it didn't bother me anymore, not at all. To everyone else, it wasn't normal to have 17 people in front of you, a whole group, and for them to suddenly disappear without a trace. Alec gave me a questioning look, his eyes searching mine, and the smirk never left my face. Witches, Alec. Jack and Jason came up to me, their expressions a mix of confusion and irritation. You never asked us if we were staying, Isla. I looked genuinely surprised, my eyebrows rising. I assumed you wished to stay with your mate, with Axel. Jack was visibly upset, his face flushed. We are suffering some difficulties, Isla, some major issues, and we figured some time apart might help, might sort things out. I shrugged, a dismissal. Too late now, and either way, you are my bodyguards, my personal protection. Jason smirked, a knowing glint in his eye. That's how you convinced Lorene that you were safe, isn't it? Telling her you'd have us as bodyguards. I rolled my eyes, a familiar gesture. It's not my fault that she doesn't trust me, that she worries. Jack commented, in a stage whisper, directed at my mate, Alec, but loud enough for me to hear. To be fair, Isla, you are like a magnet for trouble, always finding it. I faked being offended, my hand on my hip. Hey. Alec grinned, a wide, amused smile. Don't I know it? I turned to Jack and Jason, my expression serious now. Seriously, if you are having issues with your mate, depending on who is at fault, get him back, get him to understand. That's what Lorene did to Stefan when they first met. He was ignoring her, so she kissed someone else. He claimed her so fast, it was amazing. Alec put his hand on my shoulders, his gaze firm. Do what you have to do, Isla, but don't take it too far. I nodded, a silent agreement. What he said. Alec turned away from me, his voice booming across the field. Get everyone together. We are moving out, now. It was time to go back to the castle. Chapter 24. Isla. The journey back to the castle was, in a word, incredibly boring. Eric hadn't even noticed, the dim-witted fool, that Sabrina wasn't with us. Such an idiot. After the enormous fuss he'd made earlier, the dramatic display of anger and possessiveness, you'd think he would have noticed her absence, wouldn't you? I fully expected a huge fight or something dramatically over the top, but no, his complete lack of observational skills, or his utter lack of a reaction, was just boring. To add to the utter tedium, the travel itself was just a long, seemingly never-ending run. Maybe, just maybe, I'm exaggerating a tiny bit, but I was so incredibly tired. And my injuries, the various cuts and bruises from the fight, hurt like a bitch. A fiery, throbbing agony that made me want to scream. I think I've earned the absolute right to complain, haven't I? I was running alongside Alec, our paces matched, with Jack and Jason shadowing me like dedicated bodyguards, always just a few steps behind. I don't really know what went down between them and their mate, Axel, but I still feel bad about it, a nagging ache in my conscience. They had told me, their voices low and serious, that they intended to give their mate, Axel, the royal beta, some much-needed space. And to make it seem like they hadn't simply followed him to the castle, like lovesick puppies, they would serve as my official bodyguards. It was a clever move, one that made my family and the people back at the organization feel more confident, more secure in my decision. Lorene, through a private mind link, had reassured me that going with my mate, Alec, was a decision no one would resent me for, that they understood. But I wasn't entirely sure. The relationship between royals and rogues was already rather strained, a delicate balance of mistrust and simmering resentment. I certainly didn't want to make it any worse, to further complicate things. Our arrival at the castle was met with an unsettling silence. There was no congratulatory party waiting for them, no joyous celebration like I had imagined, only quiet groups of mates and close family members of the warriors who had returned from the battle. The mournful, heart-wrenching howls of mates who had lost their other half in battle, who had just discovered their profound loss, pierced the otherwise still air, a haunting symphony of grief. I couldn't bring myself to look at them, to meet their eyes, knowing, deep in my soul, that my people had killed them, that my actions had led to their sorrow. It shouldn't hit me as hard as it did, this unexpected wave of empathy, this profound sadness. They had attacked my people first, not the other way around. I had 10 dead men on my conscience, 10 brave rogues whose lives were lost fighting for me. I didn't need to take on the burden of my supposed enemies' deaths as well. If I started doing that, taking on every sorrow, I would be completely crazy before I reached the age of 30, no doubt. No, that wouldn't do at all. I needed to protect my own sanity. Alec showed up suddenly at my shoulder, his large body rubbing against mine, a comforting presence. The mate bond must have obviously shown him my distress, my hidden turmoil, even without words. We continued our journey into the castle in our wolf forms, a primal instinct, and then shifted into our human shapes in separate, private rooms. I think it's more like Alec had a problem with me being naked in front of a bunch of unmated males, especially when his claim on me, our fragile mate bond, was still so shaky, still so new. I let him show me to a private place to shift, a discreet, secluded spot. Without much of a fight, I knew how to pick my battles, how to choose my moments. Our relationship was already going to be an uphill battle, fraught with challenges. I didn't need to make it even harder by fighting him on every tiny, insignificant thing. I quickly shifted, the sensation of my wolf receding familiar, and got dressed in the clothes I had shrewdly packed with me. I had actually taken them from one of the emergency togo bags we had hidden in the dense forest around the base, a secret stash for emergencies, but no one had to know that, of course. There were some things, some small, clever details, that were best kept secret, even from your mate. The distance between my people and I, the miles separating us, subtly weakened the mind link I shared with them, the threads of our connection stretching thin. Technically, the Dorge Organization was a true rogue pack because we possessed a powerful, inherent mind link, just like official ones. That's another crucial fact that will be kept secret from the so-called official packs, the established royal ones. If they knew, if they ever discovered our secret, it would truly change the entire game, the very dynamics of our world. Pure rogues usually smelled like rot or something equally unpleasant, a foul, untamed scent. People in the Dorge Organization, however, smelled alike, like a true pack would, a cohesive, unified scent. It tricked others, made them believe we were something else. The first fact, the weakening mind link, was most likely why it took me a while to notice that Lorene was desperately contacting me through the bond, her voice a faint whisper in my mind, Isla? Isla? Do you hear me? I finally heard her, clearly this time, and quickly answered, my own voice a little weary. Lorene, what do you need? What's going on? I felt the immense relief flood through her voice, a palpable sense of tension releasing. Here you are. Oh, thank the goddess. I just wanted to warn you that Leo and Glinda are arriving at the castle soon, very soon. I smiled, a genuine, warm feeling spreading through me. Good. How are they getting here, Lorene? I heard the amusement, a subtle, dry note, in her voice. I asked Glinda, and she only told me, with a sly grin, witches, Isla. I nodded in understanding, despite the fact she couldn't see me, my smile widening. Is she still there, with you? Lorene replied, her voice calm. Yes, she is. I quickly instructed her, my voice urgent, make sure that she appears directly in Alec's room, to not arouse suspicion yet. I'll meet them there, to explain everything. Sure, Isla, Lorene informed me, her tone cooperative. I was about to cut off the link because of the distance, the sheer energy it was taking, more than I truly had to spare. Bye, Lorene. Lorene stopped me, her voice suddenly serious. Wait. I paused, my internal energy reserves dwindling. What? She said, her voice soft but firm, I hope you solve your problems with your mate, Isla. In this case, you come first, your happiness, your future. Forget about the organization for a little while, you need to do this for you, for your own peace. I smiled again, a genuine, heartfelt warmth filling me, before finally cutting the link, the drain on my energy subsiding. Thanks, Lorene. I turned to Alec, who looked curious, a question in his eyes. Glinda and Leo are coming back, Alec. He smiled, a sudden brightness on his face. Truly? They're coming back? I nodded, confirming the good news. Yes, but they are arriving in a very witchy way. Alec frowned, his brow furrowed in confusion. What does that mean, Isla? A witchy way? I smirked, enjoying his bewilderment. It means that they are going to appear directly in your room, like, poof. He looked even more confused, his head tilting. Poof. My grin grew larger, and I nodded solemnly, suppressing a giggle. Poof. Yes, Alec, poof. Our conversation was abruptly stopped short by a raging Eric storming our way, his face a mask of furious indignation. He did not look happy at all. I think he had just found out that Sabrina was back with my people, safely away, and not here, under his control. I absolutely must, resist the urge to make smart-ass comments, no matter how tempting. I must. As soon as Eric was close enough, his features twisted with anger, I called out, unable to resist the urge, my voice dripping with mock innocence. Finally noticed your mate is missing, Eric? Took your sweet time, didn't ya? Abort. Abort mission. My internal alarm bells screamed. He looked really pissed now, his face a furious red, and Alec instinctively stepped in front of me, shielding me with his large body, his voice a low warning. Eric. Said Eric looked utterly livid, like someone had stolen his favorite cake, piece by piece. Where is my mate? He roared, his voice shaking the very walls. I ended up answering, unable to resist the temptation, my voice overly sweet. Funny story, really. She said she didn't want to see you, so she did some witch thing and went poof. Eric now looked more confused than anything, his anger momentarily forgotten. Poof. What the hell is poof? I nodded, just like I had with Alec, my expression deadpan. Poof. Those two, Alec and Eric, were so alike sometimes, it was almost comical. They both had the exact same bewildered reaction, clinging to that one word, poof. It's not my fault that there isn't a better way to describe it, is it? Who am I kidding? There probably is, but I much prefer saying poof. It's so much more expressive, more whimsical, than simply saying, disappear. Eric regained his anger quickly, his face darkening once more. I want my mate. Give her to me. I did something completely random, a sudden, impulsive decision. So do I, Eric, so fuck off. I want some private time with Alec. With that, I grabbed Alec's arm and literally dragged him up the grand stairs, leaving Eric sputtering behind us. I remembered exactly where his room was from the past times I had visited there, back when I was infiltrating his pack. I had gone there 3 times? My memory was pretty good when I wanted it to be. I left Eric behind us in the dust, still trying to figure out what the hell had just happened, what hit him. I tend to have that effect on people, a certain disorienting charm. When we finally made it up to his room, I slammed the door shut with a satisfying thud and locked it, turning the key with a decisive click, while Alec just looked at me, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face. What was that, Isla? I smirked, a knowing glint in my eye. That, my dear Alpha King, was me being diplomatic. Diplomatic? Alec sounded rather dubious, a healthy dose of skepticism in his voice. I walked over to his massive bed, which was probably bigger than my entire living room, and flopped onto it dramatically. I didn't start a fight, did I? He answered, a small smile playing on his lips. No, you didn't, surprisingly. I didn't resort to violence either. I prodded. No, you didn't, he conceded. I grinned, a triumphant flash. That, Alec, is my type of diplomacy. Non-violent, but still effective. Alec seemed slightly exasperated, rubbing his temples. Remind me to never, ever bring you on anything where we have to negotiate, mate. I shrugged, unperturbed. Just who I am, Alpha King. I rolled onto my back, stretching contentedly, just in time to see the very not elegant, rather dramatic, arrival of Glinda and Leo. They seemed to have materialized directly on top of each other, in a tangled heap. Shit, Leo, get off me. We're supposed to be mates. Glinda groaned, her voice muffled beneath Leo. I let out a huge laugh, a burst of genuine amusement, and jumped off the bed, feeling light and free. Hey, Leo and Glinda. Have a nice trip, did you? Glinda flipped me off, a universal gesture of annoyance. Go to hell, Isla, and most importantly, get him off me, right now. I cooed at them, my voice sweet and teasing. Aren't you mates who love each other, who can't bear to be apart? Glinda groaned again, a sound of utter exasperation. Most of the time, yes, Isla, but right now, just get him off. I walked over and shoved Leo off of Glinda, a gentle but firm push, before helping her off the floor, pulling her to her feet. Nice to see you again, Glinda. Leo stood up, brushing himself off, and gave me a big, relieved hug. I was worried about you, Isla, especially with your mate, with Alec. I pointed towards Alec, who was patiently hidden in the shadows of the corner of the room, observing the chaos. My mate is here, Leo. Glinda and Leo stiffened, their expressions immediately serious, and turned towards Alec. Hello, brother, Leo said, his voice respectful. Alec stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. Good to see you again, Leo. And who is your lovely mate? Leo stepped protectively in front of Glinda, a possessive gesture, while I walked over to Alec, leaning into his side. Relax, Leo. Alec isn't going to do anything to her. Alec wrapped his arms around me, holding me close, his voice sincere. I regret the misunderstandings that caused our issues, Leo, the friction between us. I elbowed him playfully, a sharp nudge. What he meant was that Alec is right now rescinding the orders to track witches in all of North America. Alec interrupted, his voice firm, adding to my statement. And South America, Isla. I stared at him, my eyes wide with surprise. You are Alpha King of both continents, Alec? He nodded, a casual gesture. Of course, mate. Didn't you know? I shook my head, my jaw dropping slightly. Apparently, I'm an idiot, Alpha King. Alec smirked, a possessive glint in his eyes. But you're mine, Isla. I glared at him, a mock warning. Don't be getting any ideas, Alec. He replied, his smirk widening. Too late, mate. I sighed, a long, drawn-out sound. So, that means that Glinda is no longer technically a criminal, no longer hunted. This means, Leo and Glinda, if you are interested, you can stay in the castle again, in your old rooms, if you wish. Glinda and Leo shared a quick, surprised look, a silent communication passing between them. We would love to, Isla, Leo said, his voice filled with gratitude. Alec and Leo did the weird man hug thing, a series of awkward pats on the back. I am happy you are back, brother, Alec said, his voice sincere. I walked over to Glinda, my voice low and concerned. Are you truly okay with this, Glinda? With staying here? She smiled, a genuine, radiant expression. Leo loves his brother, Isla, and it hurt him a lot to have to choose between him and me, between his family and his mate. He chose me, of course, but I wanted a solution where he could have both, where he didn't have to suffer that choice. The major plus for me is that you are now my sister-in-law, my family by mate bond, and we will be living in the same place, a true home. I shook my head, my face a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Whoa, Glinda, you are going way too fast, way too fast. We just barely went from trying to kill each other to agreeing to trying it out, a tentative truce. There is nothing official about us, nothing permanent yet. Glinda waved away my words, a dismissive flick of her wrist. Soon enough, Isla, you will not be able to sleep without him, you will be utterly dependent on his presence, and you will be fully mated, bound forever. I looked at her wide-eyed, my mouth open in shock. Glinda, just shut up before I decide to run away again, before I bolt. Outside the door, I suddenly heard a furious yell. Isla! Glinda looked at me, her eyes wide with curiosity. Who is that, Isla? I winced, a grimace on my face. That, Glinda, is the Alpha King of Europe, Eric, someone else who is very, very angry at me right now. Leo looked at me, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You haven't lost that knack for trouble you have you, Isla? I defended myself, my voice indignant. This time, Leo, it wasn't myself, it was Eric's own stupidity. Glinda looked rather shaky, her face paling. "The Alpha King of Europe," she whispered, a ghost of fear in her eyes. I wanted to hit myself in the head, a frustrated thump, when I suddenly realized what that name, what Eric's presence, meant to her, the dark memories it triggered. Shit. Leo, comfort your mate, now. Alec, get rid of Eric, get him out of here, right now. Alec left the room quickly, a blur of motion, and Leo asked, his voice filled with concern, "What's wrong with her, Isla?" I told him, my voice urgent. "Glinda is having a panic attack, Leo." He looked confused, his brow furrowed. "Why, Isla? What caused it?" "PTSD most likely, Leo, now comfort your mate, she needs you more than anything," I ordered him, my voice firm. Leo listened to me, his gaze immediately going to Glinda, and gathered his mate tightly in his arms, stroking her hair. I couldn't do anything more for them. Glinda needed her mate more than her friend, more than me, right now. However, considering the furious yells that Alec and Eric were exchanging just outside the door, my mate needed backup, and I was the only one who could provide the specific help he needed, by distracting Eric, something that I was incredibly good at, a natural talent. Let's go piss him off. I left the room, stepping into the hallway, and popped up next to my very annoyed mate, Alec, who was locked in a shouting match with Eric. "Hey, Eric. What's up, big guy?" He looked absolutely pissed, his face contorted in a furious mask. "Give me my mate, Isla. Where is she?" I pretended to look around, scanning the empty hallway with exaggerated innocence. "I don't see her around right now, Eric, so I'm not going to be able to do that, am I?" Alex sighed in frustration, rubbing his temples, clearly exasperated with both of us. "Eric, go back to Europe or go back to your room, now. This is enough." He didn't budge, his feet planted firmly. "Where is my mate, Alec?" I shrugged, a casual gesture. "She will be visiting me in a week or 3, Eric. You can either wait until then, stewing in your anger, or go back to your country right now. Both options have you leaving my sight, which is all I care about." Eric huffed, a sound of pure indignation. "This isn't the end of our conversation, Isla. Not by a long shot." I waved by, a cheerful, dismissive gesture. "Okay, Eric, but right now, bye-bye, alpha asshole." He stomped away, his rage a tangible force, and Alec turned to me, his expression curious. "What was going on with Glinda back there, Isla?" I tried to get out of it, to avoid giving too many details. "She has a bad past with Eric, a very dark one, and so does Sabrina. I really can't say more right now, Alec." Alec kissed my temple, a soft, reassuring touch. "I trust you, mate. Whatever it is." I smiled, a genuine warmth spreading through me. "Thanks. Let's go check on Leo and Glinda, now." He turned around and opened the door to his room, his voice soft. "Would you like to see the gardens after, mate? They're beautiful at sunset." I walked by, slipping past him. "I would like that very much, Alec. Maybe, just maybe, things could actually work out." Chapter 25. Isla Point of View. A week had passed here at the castle, and surprisingly, things had been going quite fine, considering all the chaos. There was, of course, the perpetually annoyed Eric, relegated to one distant wing of the sprawling castle, who was to be avoided at all costs. Direct orders from Alec, no less. I think Alec had finally hit his breaking point, his last nerve snapping, when I shoved Eric down a flight of stairs. To be fair, I knew, absolutely knew, that it wouldn't kill him, just bruise his inflated ego. Then there was that other time, just a few days ago, where I tried to shoot him when he attempted to pry into Glinda's past, trying to discover her identity and her connection to me. I wasn't about to let that happen, not in a million years. Well, after that last incident, Alec had explicitly ordered Eric and me to be permanently separated, to keep us from escalating into a full-blown war within the castle walls. Besides that rather eventful hiccup, Alec and I had actually been making significant progress, building something, however fragile. Turns out the time where he completely lost his shit, spiraling into a rage about the Dorge Organization, was because he genuinely thought I had kidnapped his brother, Leo. Other than that, he had legitimate reasons for hating the Dorge Organization, reasons that stemmed from thinking they had done truly terrible things, based on misinformation. Speak of the devil, Alec was here now, his voice a low, warm murmur. Isla? I turned to face him, my expression questioning. Yes, Alec? What's up? He walked over to me, his powerful presence comforting. Your family has called, mate. I was genuinely shocked, my eyes widening. Really? My family? What did they say? Alec wrapped his strong arms around me, pulling me close. They were rather annoyed, actually, that you haven't called them, that you haven't checked in. Apparently, your mother and you did not leave on good terms, not at all. I winced, thinking back to our last stormy interaction. You could definitely say that, Alec. Yeah, the very last time I saw Mom, I had just narrowly escaped from Alec's castle, bruised and running for my life. The time before that, I had yelled at her, my voice laced with an alpha queen order, and basically threatened her, putting her in her place. She probably was also incredibly annoyed about the fact that I didn't tell her when I tried to sacrifice myself, when Alec attacked our base, when I almost died. My people, ever loyal, had probably told her everything, every single harrowing detail. Alec looked at me, his gaze searching. What happened, Isla? What's the real story? I bit my bottom lip, hesitating, choosing my words carefully. I think my current issue is the fact that I didn't tell her about your brutal attack on my base, Alec. Or the undeniable fact that I nearly died several times during that ordeal. What did they want, my love? He chuckled, a low, amused sound. I invited them to the castle for dinner, tonight. I turned to him, my voice rising in disbelief. What? Alec looked genuinely confused, his brow furrowed. I thought you would want to see them, mate. Your family. I shook my head, rapidly. I would love to see them, more than anything. Just once Mom cooled down a bit, so like, in a month, maybe 2. He laughed, a full, unrestrained sound that filled the room. You're scared of your mother, Isla. The great rogue queen, scared of her mommy. I backed away, a defensive gesture. If you met her, Alec, you would be too. She's terrifying when she's mad. Alec took a step towards me for every step I took backwards, relentlessly closing the distance. I wasn't scared of my mother, Isla. I raised my eyebrow, a challenging look. Really? Not even a little bit, Alpha King? He shrugged, a hint of sheepishness in his eyes. Maybe a little, in hindsight. I waltzed back over to him, feeling a sudden surge of nervous energy. When are they coming, Alec? Tonight? Alec smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tonight, mate. I looked at him, truly shocked, my jaw dropping. You're kidding. He shook his head, his expression dead serious. Dead serious, Isla. I let out a nervous chuckle, a string of profanities tumbling from my lips. Shit. Fuck. Shitty McShit. Shit. Alec wrapped his arms around me again, pulling me into a comforting embrace. What's wrong, mate? Why are you so nervous? I looked up at him, my eyes wide. I am about to get yelled at so much, Alec. You have no idea. He laughed, a deep, warm sound. I have something that may take your mind off things, Isla. I turned around, curiosity piqued. What, Alec? What is it? Alec smirked, a secret sharing. It's a surprise. Close your eyes, mate, I'll lead you. I did as he said, trusting him implicitly. If you make me fall, Alec, I'll make you regret it, I promise you that. Don't worry, Isla, he reassured, his voice soft. I'll keep you safe. Alec led me through several doors and rooms, twists and turns, until we stopped in front of one I hadn't been in yet. I've been quite busy this last week, exploring the castle was low on my priority list. Whenever Alec was free, I would spend time with him, cherishing our moments, and the rest of my time was spent with Glinda or Leo. With the fact that Alec was making a genuine effort to be with me every second possible, showing me the sprawling gardens, the countless rooms, the grand music room. Alec said, his voice close to my ear. "We're here, mate." I asked, my voice filled with anticipation. "Can I open my eyes yet, Alec?" He replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Sure, Isla. One perfectly fit for a grand castle." There were just so many books, countless shelves filled to the brim, and the sheer size of it was overwhelming, breathtaking. I loved reading, devoured books whenever I could, but I had barely had time for it ever since I took over the Dorge Organization, my responsibilities consuming my time. This was the best thing ever, a dream come true. I was shocked that I hadn't come across this magnificent room before, and I already loved it, every inch of it. Alec turned towards me, his face filled with hope. "Do you like it, Isla? Do you truly like it?" I laughed, a joyful sound that echoed in the vast space. "Do I like it, Alec? I love it." He looked happy, a genuine, radiant smile spreading across his face. "You do? Good, mate." I smiled and gave him a quick, appreciative kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Alec. This is wonderful." I walked off towards the towering shelves, my fingers trailing over the spines of the books, and started going through them, pulling them out. I loved them all, every single one, and I even recognized some of the titles, old favorites. It was bliss for me, absolute, pure bliss. Alec looked content, a silent joy emanating from him, at the fact that he had made me happy for once, truly, genuinely happy. He too was looking at the books, his gaze thoughtful. One of the many things I had discovered in my stay here was that the Alpha King of North and South America was, surprisingly, a book nerd, a quiet scholar, not that I had a problem with that or anything. I didn't notice the time passing, lost in the world of books, until a soft knock at the door came. Alec called out, his voice clear. "Yes?" A voice was heard from beyond the door, a low murmur. "Alpha King, you asked us to warn you when your guests were about to arrive." "It is that time, sir." Alec stood up, a graceful movement, and apparently the voice dismissed himself. "It's time to go, my love," Alec said, his voice tinged with amusement. I whined, a childish protest. "Do I have to, Alec? Don't get me wrong, I deeply loved my parents, but I definitely wouldn't love the severe scolding I was about to receive, not in the slightest. From everyone, actually. It was nice to know they cared that I had tried to sacrifice my life to save my people, that they worried. I'll admit, it wasn't my smartest move, a bit impulsive, but it worked out, didn't it? Worst case scenario, I'll try to get Alec to save me from their wrath, to be my shield. My mate chuckled, a low, warm sound. "Yes, Isla, you do. You can come back tomorrow if you wish, and spend the whole day in here." I took his offered hand, his strong fingers wrapping around mine, to pull myself up from the comfortable floor. "Are Leo and Glinda coming for dinner tonight?" He shook his head. "Leo is taking Glinda out for a date, a romantic evening." I smiled, a soft, wistful expression. "That's adorable, Alec." Alec and I walked out of the library, side by side. Silence with him felt comfortable, a natural state between us. We didn't have to fill it with words, with forced conversation. It didn't have to be awkward. Internally, I debated whether or not I had to change clothes. I was wearing jeans and a cute shirt. It was just my family, after all, so I voted nope, staying as I was. Alec's voice suddenly dragged me out of my thoughts, pulling me back to the present. "Penny for your thoughts, mate." I smirked, a playful glint in my eye. "They're worth more than a penny, Alpha King." He got a mischievous glint in his eye, a hint of playfulness, and gave me a chaste kiss on the lips, a soft, lingering touch. "A kiss for your thoughts, then, Isla." I giggled a little, a light, airy sound. "Really, Alec? A kiss?" It was his turn to smirk now, a charming, confident expression. Yup. What are you thinking about, mate? I shrugged, admitting my worries. About how much I'm going to get yelled at when my family gets here, and if I should change my clothes. Alec wrapped his arms around my waist, his touch comforting. I think you look perfect, Isla. Isla. Our little moment, our comfortable bubble, was abruptly interrupted by my mom's deafening yell, her voice echoing through the castle. I winced, a full body flinch. Shit, she's here. Already. He chuckled, a low, amused sound. Good luck, mate. I shoved him playfully, a gentle nudge. You're supposed to defend me, Alec. Be my shield. Emmy. And that were the excited, joyful voices of my nieces, a wave of small, energetic bodies. Alec and I made it down the grand stairs, only to be immediately mobbed by my entire family, a whirlwind of hugs and greetings. There was my mother, Georgiana, radiant and formidable, and our fathers, Jasper and Harrison, standing tall. There were their kids, and technically my younger siblings, Ashley, Laura, the twins, as inseparable as ever, and Connor, the youngest. Then, I spotted my older brothers, the twins, Oliver and Henry, with their mate, Oriel, holding their own bundles of joy. Their little kids came barreling out of nowhere, a flurry of tiny limbs, Liam and Lucas, running ahead. I gaped at them, my eyes widening, as I realized that each of my siblings, even the younger ones, carried a child, a new life. Oriel had just given birth to her triplets, Alexander, Noah, and Mia, tiny, perfect beings. I walked over to them first, eager to say hi to my new nephews and niece, bending down to their level. Hey babies. I'm your auntie, your crazy Auntie Isla. Oriel, they're absolutely adorable. She smiled, a tired but happy expression. They were awful to give birth to, though, Isla. 13 hours in labor, a true nightmare. Henry cooed at his new kids, his voice soft and tender. You gave your mommy a hard time, didn't you, little ones? I mocked him slightly, a playful grin. Yes, they did, Henry. I made the rounds then, giving everyone warm hugs, catching up with each of them, before finally returning to my mate's side. Mom, ever direct, asked, her eyes fixed on Alec. You are going to introduce us, aren't you, Isla? I gave them a bright smile, my arm slipping around Alec's waist. This is Alec, my mate. You already know my mother, Georgiana, of course. My mom came forward, her expression softening, and gave him a warm, unexpected hug. I can't believe my baby, my little girl, found her mate. I sighed, a dramatic sound. You also know my fathers, Jasper and Harrison, Alec. They gave him a curt nod, a subtle warning in their eyes. You heard her, Alpha King, and you're dead, plain and simple. Alec wrapped his arms around me, a possessive, reassuring gesture. Wouldn't dream of it, sirs. I gestured to my younger siblings, standing shyly behind our parents. These little minions are my siblings. The twins are Ashley and Laura. The little boy is Connor. Alec bent down to their level, his voice gentle and friendly. It's nice to meet you all. Ashley replied, her voice firm. You too. But you can't. Laura continued her sister's sentence, without missing a beat. Hurt our sister, Alpha King, or we will hurt you, badly. You will be nice to her, Ashley began, her small voice serious. Laura finished, her tone equally stern. And treat her like a queen, always. Alec nodded solemnly, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's the only way Isla should ever be treated, like the queen she is. I pointed to the other two, who were already familiar with Alec. You also already know Henry, Oliver, and Oriel, my brothers and their mate. They did their weird men head nod in acknowledgement, a silent greeting, given the fact that two of them had babies in their arms, unable to properly shake hands. Henry threatened, his voice low and serious. Hurt my family, Alec, and I know exactly where to hide your body. I shook my head in despair, a dramatic sigh. And there are their kids. The twins and heirs of the pack, who are Liam and Lucas. Then there are the newly born, the little ones, Noah, Alexander, and Mia. Mom came up again, her eyes shining, and gushed, her voice sweet and curious. How did you two meet, my dears? It's such a beautiful story, I'm sure. We both winced simultaneously, a shared moment of discomfort, and I quickly shook my head. Doesn't matter, Mom, really. What does matter is that we're together now, and we're working things out. She narrowed her eyes at me, a sharp, knowing look. How long have you known that he was your mate, Isla? The truth, now. I cringed, mentally recalling the timeline. About 7 or 8 weeks, Mom. Alec, ever precise, replied, around 55 days, Mom Georgiana. Mom turned towards me, her face darkening, her voice rising. Why did you not tell me you found your mate, Isla? Why did you keep this from me? I let out a nervous chuckle, a pathetic attempt at humor. Ha, about that. We had some issues in the beginning, Mom, some rather big ones, but now it's fine, we're working through them. She glared at me, her eyes blazing. You always have to accept your mate, Isla. It's the law, it's destiny. Alex smiled, a wry, knowing expression. It took one of us nearly dying, Mom Georgiana, but we're now working on our problems, finding our way. Right now, in this very moment, was a good one. There had been some undeniably bad ones this past week, some truly awkward encounters. I think my biggest issue was that I had to sleep in his room, in his bed, sharing his space. But I got over that when I realized that I literally couldn't not sleep in his room. The mate bond forced us close together, an undeniable pull. A pillow wall, no matter how thick, doesn't keep your mate on his side of the bed either, a lesson I learned quickly. But Alec and I just cuddled, no dirty business, just the comforting closeness of two souls finally finding their peace. Mom screeched, her voice reaching a high, ear-splitting pitch. What? You nearly died? I mouthed at my family, silently conveying the message. She didn't know anything about that part. Harrison shook his head, a gesture of helplessness, and mouthed back, we only said you were in a fight and now found your mate, nothing more. Shit, I had known, deep down, when she hadn't yelled at me immediately, that something was up, that she didn't have the full picture. Now, her incredibly smart brain was connecting all the dots, linking every piece of information, and Mom would figure it all out, every single detail of my near-death experiences. She was really smart, after all. She had been the astute leader of the Dorge Organization for like 15 years, a master strategist. Mom raised her voice, her fury growing with each word, vibrating with raw emotion. You were sacrificing yourself in a fight, Isla. No warning, no last call. You could have warned us at least a little. I know you love your people, but seriously, dying? You could have called for reinforcements, for us. If you hadn't found your mate, you would have died. You aren't allowed to die before me. Not my baby, not my little girl. Death could fuck off. I would have felt your death, felt the loss of my daughter. And when I saw you after you escaped the castle, after all that, you could have told me you had your mate and were running from him. And no more lies, Isla. No more secrets. With our sensitive werewolf hearing, Mom was quite literally killing us with her booming voice, each word a piercing assault. I noticed everyone had their hands clamped tightly over their ears, trying to block out the assault. The younger ones, especially, were doing it mostly because of Mom's fervent cussing. She had picked up that rather colorful habit while we were rogues for 17 long years, living on the fringes, and she had never lost it, not even for a day. Jasper came forward, his voice calm, trying to soothe his enraged mate. Shoo, Georgiana, he murmured, pulling her gently into his arms. Our pup is fine, she's safe now, she's here. Mom still glowered at me, her eyes narrowed, her anger simmering. How many times did you run from him, Isla? Give me the exact number. I thought back, counting on my fingers, a wry smile touching my lips. 1. That was after the recon mission and I stole his battle plans, a clever maneuver. 2. After I was undercover at his castle and freed his prisoners, liberating them. 3. After my wolf took primal control when I was Georgianagely attacked and instinctively ran to his castle, seeking safety. You guys, my amazing family, helped me out on that one. 4. When Alec brutally forced my brothers to give me up, betraying me, and my people attacked to free me, risking everything. I guess 5, Mom, when I tried to make you kill me, when I forced your hand. Everyone but Mom was trying desperately to restrain their laughter, their shoulders shaking with silent mirth. Oliver commented, a teasing tone in his voice. You were certainly determined to get away from him, Isla, truly determined. I shrugged, a nonchalant gesture. At the time, Oliver, it seemed like the best idea, the most logical course of action. Mom glared at me, her anger still simmering. You shouldn't have, Isla. You should have accepted your mate from the beginning. I crossed my arms, a defiant stance. You ran from our fathers, Mom, twice. So don't lecture me. She sighed, a long-suffering sound, a rare moment of vulnerability. The first time I thought they rejected me, Isla, truly, and the second time I thought they were cheating on me, betraying my trust. I had reasons, damn it, legitimate reasons. I shot back, my voice sharp. The first time, Mom, I knew that Alex slept with enough women that one of his own people thought I was just another one of his conquests. And he nearly mated another she-wolf, another female alpha. Mom looked not impressed, her expression unimpressed. But the other times, Isla? What were your excuses for those? I looked at Alec, my eyes begging him, silently pleading for him to save me from this interrogation. He sighed, a sound of gentle amusement. Let's go eat, everyone. Dinner is ready. Saved by the bell, quite literally. It was time for dinner. Chapter 26. Isla point of view. Oh, how I adore food. Seriously, who doesn't revel in a good meal? And let me tell you, the food back at the castle? It was, without a doubt, the absolute pinnacle of culinary delight. The cook, a man named Charlie, was simply phenomenal. His desserts, in particular, were pure magic, an ethereal experience. And the sheer range of dishes he created was astonishing. Some days, the cuisine was exquisitely fancy, a delicate dance of flavors, while other days, it was hearty, comforting fare from every corner of the globe. Charlie was a man of boundless talents. My mom's gentle voice, warm and familiar, drifted into my happy, food-filled thoughts, pulling me back to the present. So, darling, how have things been progressing with your mate? A soft smile bloomed on my face. After that rather intense confrontation we had, Alec actually conceded, he surrendered, all for the sake of being with me. That, Mom, that truly convinced me to give him a genuine chance, to open myself up to the possibility. I've only been here for a week, experiencing life in his world, but I must say, things are definitely looking up. I have 3 more weeks, exactly, before I'm faced with a monumental decision, a turning point in my life. She chuckled, a soft, knowing sound. When you were a little pup, Isla, you were so incredibly strong-willed, so naturally dominant. You consistently tried to impose your will on other rogues, even the older, more experienced ones. I honestly believed you were destined to lead the organization, that it was your fate. But clearly, darling, you were meant for something grander, something even more powerful. You were destined to be an alpha queen, a true leader of our kind. On that note, I still don't know your mate's name. What is it, dear? I laughed, a light, carefree sound, and Alec, ever present, answered smoothly. My name is Alec, he stated, his voice calm and clear. I turned to him, a playful curiosity in my eyes. Aren't people not supposed to know your name, Alec? Aren't they meant to be compelled to address the Alpha King solely by his title, out of reverence or fear? Alec simply shrugged, a casual, dismissive gesture. But they're your family, Isla, your closest kin. So, it doesn't matter, not in this instance. As we stepped into the bustling dining area, Laura's excited shout pierced the air, a joyful, childish declaration. Food. I nodded in agreement, a broad smile on my face. I concur, Laura. Food. Ashley, Laura, Liam, and Lucas all raced towards the expansive table, a whirlwind of youthful energy. What always struck me as amusing about our family dynamic was that Liam and Lucas were, in fact, Ashley and Laura's nephews. Yet, despite this familial link, they were all roughly the same age, growing up together. Our family tree was, without a doubt, a delightfully tangled, slightly unconventional affair. We all settled into our seats, the comfortable hum of conversation filling the space, and I began the discussion, my voice easy. So, Dad Jasper, how is Laureen doing these days? Dad Jasper looked at me, his expression softening slightly. They're well, Isla, truly fine. Though Laureen was deeply distressed by the fact that you attempted to sacrifice yourself, darling. She was terribly worried about you. Alec let out a low growl, a protective rumble in his chest, and I gently placed my hand on his arm, a reassuring touch. Yes, well, that wasn't exactly my finest hour, I'll admit. Mom, ever attentive, then inquired, how are Jack and Jason, Isla? Are they settled? I frowned, a surprised expression on my face. You know them, Mom? Henry piped up from across the table, a wide grin spreading across his face. We met the twins, Isla, when you returned from your stint as a maid and, quite memorably, threw us out of your office. Oh, I said, the memory clicking into place. Right. Well, Jack and Jason found their mate in Alec's beta, Axel. They're currently experiencing some rather unique challenges in adjusting to their situation, so technically, they're here at the castle functioning as bodyguards for me, not primarily for their mate. Alec added, a hint of amusement in his tone. I spoke with Axel about it, Isla, and he's finding it incredibly difficult, a real struggle. The man swore up and down, on everything he held sacred, that he was unequivocally straight. When he discovered he had two mates, and both of them were male, he accidentally opened a mind link between us, a direct, unfiltered connection. It was, I must admit, quite entertaining to witness his raw reaction. It went something along the lines of, I am not gay. Stupid mates with their stupidly handsome hair and their stupid abs. Oh, moon goddess, I'm so gay. I chuckled softly, a knowing sound. I truly hope they figure out whatever is bothering them, whatever the root of their issues, and quickly. He turned to me, his gaze thoughtful. On the topic of you being a maid, Isla, how on earth did you manage that? It seems an impossible feat for an alpha queen. I smirked, a playful glint in my eyes. Rogues like me, Alec, are far more cunning and resourceful than packs tend to give us credit for. Oliver rolled his eyes, a dramatic sigh escaping him. Our witches, Alec, provided her with a powerful charm to hide her scent, to completely mask her unique rogue essence, and a magical disguise to rearrange her face, allowing her to assume someone else's features, a perfect deception. I shot him a mock glare. No need to reveal all my carefully guarded secrets, Oliver. Oriel, ever the practical one, pointed out, you really should tell Alec how you managed to get them out, Isla, so he can properly address and fix the security problem. I shrugged, conceding the point. Fine. You're right. Alec looked genuinely surprised, his brows raised in curiosity. So, start from the very beginning, Isla. Tell me everything. I took a leisurely bite of food, savoring the flavors, before I began my tale. So, to infiltrate the castle, there was an open maid position, a desperate need for staff. Because of your absolutely dreadful behavior when I initially ran away, Alec, the position was vacant, and they were, frankly, desperate for anyone to fill it. I had my people, my trusted rogues, establish a completely fake identity for me. Your employees, I'm afraid, didn't bother to look too deeply into my background. I had a probation period, a trial run, before they would actually take me seriously, before I was truly accepted into the ranks. My mate leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. That explains how you got into the castle, Isla. But how on earth did you manage to access the prisons, the supposedly impenetrable dungeons? I finished my plate of food, wiping it clean, and then served myself a second generous portion. That, Alec, was actually quite simple. You were flying into those blinding rages of anger, absolutely terrifying the staff. I'm still quite upset with you about that, by the way. Anyway, the maids, in their desperation to avoid your wrath, discovered how to access the hidden passageways within the halls, the secret routes. They were the ones who knew about them, and they quickly spread the word to all the other servants, creating an internal network. I spent some time exploring, walking around, and eventually discovered one that led directly into the prison, a perfectly concealed entry point. Alec looked genuinely upset, a frown creasing his brow. We need to fix that, Isla, immediately. It's a gaping vulnerability. I nodded in agreement. That, and you might want to consider hiring some new guards, Alec. Some of them are surprisingly easy to convince to help, either with a tearful plea or, in a few cases, a little seductive charm. He let out a low growl, a sound of profound disbelief. What? I smirked, enjoying his stunned reaction. I had to incapacitate a number of your guards, Alec, by any means necessary, to achieve my objectives. And there are two particular guards I would still very much like to kill, if I'm being honest. Alec frowned, his curiosity piqued. Why, Isla? What did they do? Alec frowned, his curiosity piqued. Why, Isla? What did they do? I sighed, the memory still fresh and irritating. I overheard a certain conversation, a truly vile one, and for that, I would absolutely love to kill them. Of course, I won't, I have more self-control than that, but a little torture never truly hurt anyone, did it? He shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. You are truly something else, Isla, a force of nature. Henry chimed in, his voice filled with amusement. She certainly is, Alec. You are definitely going to have your hands full with her, a lifetime of delightful chaos. I stuck my tongue out in his direction, a childish, playful gesture. Meanie. Oliver immediately stuck his tongue right back out at me, matching my childishness. Meaner. Henry just shook his head, a long-suffering sigh escaping him. Real mature, you too, real mature. I shrugged, unbothered. Fuck off, Henry. Mom glared at me, her voice sharp and stern. Watch your language around the children, Isla. There are little ears listening. I gave her a knowing look, my eyes twinkling mischievously. You taught me these curse words, Mom. Jasper and Harrison looked at my mother, their expressions bewildered. Georgiana, what is she talking about? Mom merely shrugged, a dismissive gesture. I didn't teach her, I simply didn't censor my own language that much, that's all. I smirked as I gently picked Laura up and settled her comfortably on my lap. Laura, darling, can you tell me all the words you've heard Mommy say, those special words? She nodded enthusiastically, her eyes wide with innocent delight. Fuck, shit, asshole, go to hell, fucking idiots, motherfuckers. Max even taught me this one, Auntie Isla, go to motherfucking hell, you asshole, I bet you have a tiny ass dick. I burst out laughing, a loud, unrestrained sound. So, Mom, darling, do you have something you'd like to say, perhaps an explanation? Mom looked slightly guilty, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. It was just one very, very frustrated conversation, Isla, I swear. Ashley added, her voice innocently sweet, what about damn, as in, damn you to hell, Mommy? I cackled like a wicked witch, a triumphant sound. It isn't my language that's the problem here, Mom, it's yours. My littlest brother, Connor, began chanting rhythmically, clapping his tiny hands together. Fuck, 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 foo. Mom quickly covered his mouth with her hand, a swift, practiced movement. His language isn't my fault yet, Isla. He's still a baby. Alec laughed along with me, a deep, rumbling sound, and asked, how old is Connor, Isla? He's quite the character. I shrugged, guessing. Like 2 or 3, somewhere in that range. We eventually managed to get everyone settled down, the playful chaos subsiding, and the meal resumed, a more peaceful affair. At one point, I turned to my mother, my voice soft. "How is Sabrina doing, Mom? Is she recovering well?" Mom had met her before, and they had formed a surprising connection. She replied, her voice tinged with concern. "She's healing nicely, Isla, physically, but she's quite upset that Glinda is here with you, and she's left all alone. And I am still so incredibly furious about her mate, that despicable man." I shrugged, a grim expression on my face. "If there truly is a moon goddess, Mom, she certainly has a messed-up sense of humor, doesn't she?" Mom nodded, her expression serious and troubled. "Sabrina completely broke down the second time I went to check on her, the dam finally bursting, and she told me absolutely everything, every agonizing detail. If I hated the Alpha King of Europe for what happened with Callum and Sebastian, nothing, Isla, nothing compares to the absolute fury I feel now, after hearing what he did to Sabrina. It was far easier, I knew, if Mom understood the complete, horrific story between Sabrina and Eric." I nodded, my voice low and dark. "I despise Alpha Kings who behave that way, Mom. Personally, too, that's just sick, truly twisted." Mom looked over at Alec, her gaze scrutinizing, assessing. "What does he do about such matters, Isla? What's his stance on these atrocities?" I took a moment, carefully choosing my words, before answering. "He no longer engages in any of that, Mom, none of it. And with the witches, he didn't do it personally, he watched, though, and sometimes, I believe that's even worse, even more damning." Mom agreed, a grim set to her jaw. "At least he is attempting to atone for it now, Isla, trying to make amends. I heard how he surrendered to you, despite the fact that he undoubtedly would have won, could have easily crushed you. The Alpha King of Europe didn't, he resisted, and that makes him even more of an asshole in my eyes, a truly reprehensible individual." During this hushed conversation, everyone else at the table watched us, rapt, only grasping about half of what was being discussed. It was true, we were speaking in implications, referencing shared histories and unspoken stories that they weren't privy to. And those stories, those deeply personal narratives, weren't mine to reveal. My family, however, was accustomed to our occasional enigmatic conversations, our particular brand of rogue communication, and Alec knew better than to pry, simply listening intently. I offered, trying to shift the conversation to lighter topics. "Leo is absolutely thrilled to be back here, and Glinda is adapting beautifully, truly settling in." Mom asked, her curiosity piqued. "Where are they, Isla? I haven't seen them around." I absent-mindedly replied, my voice casual, "Oh, they're on a date, Mom. Glinda doesn't really stay around the castle much, not with Eric completely unaware of who she truly is, unaware of her connection to the North Wind. He usually just stays in his room, brooding and upset." Mom continued, her voice gaining a sharp edge. "Who is this Eric, Isla? I don't recall knowing him." I covered a yawn with my hand, leaning back against Alec, feeling comfortable, full, and utterly content. "I thought you knew, Mom. That's the Alpha asshole of Europe's real name." Just as I settled in, feeling completely at ease, I was abruptly yanked back to reality by Mom's thunderous yelling. "What the fuck do you mean that the Alpha King of Europe is here? Here in this castle?" I blinked a few times, confused by her sudden, explosive reaction. "He's here, Mom, because he still stubbornly believes Sabrina is coming here, that she'll eventually arrive." Mom, her eyes blazing with a dangerous fire, rolled up her sleeves and began striding purposefully towards the door. "When I get my hands on that bastard, Isla, I am going to make him beg for death. But I won't grant him that release, no. I'll make him feel precisely what he inflicted upon Callum, Sebastian, and Sabrina's family. I'll conceal his body where no one, absolutely no one, will ever find him. I'm going to kill him, Isla." Jasper and Harrison quickly moved, grabbing Mom, physically blocking her enraged path. "Georgiana, calm down, mate, please." She scoffed, a sound of pure indignation. "Calm down? calm down? You two cannot possibly tell me to calm down. Both of you will be sleeping on the couch for this, you mark my words. That monster killed the men who kept me alive, who protected me, when we were separated. You two owe it to Callum and Sebastian to avenge his death. My fathers hesitated at her impassioned words, a flicker of doubt in their eyes, but even they knew, deep down, that they wouldn't be able to defeat an Alpha King. He held that title for a profound reason, embodying immense power. If some wolf wished to challenge him for the title, there was a specific, brutal way to do so, an ancient law. The current Alpha King and the challenger would engage in a fight to the death, a battle until one fell, while the victor of that savage fight would then claim the throne, the ultimate power. That law, that brutal ritual, was put into place after a period where the title was passed through a weak bloodline, endangering the entire pack. I took a step forward, intending to stop my mom, to reason with her. You'll die before you even get close to killing him, Mom. She growled, a low, guttural sound of defiance. I don't care, Isla. I don't care about my life. I crossed my arms, my voice firm and resolute. Well, I do care. If you die, Callum and Sebastian would be utterly furious. Besides, Eric is already suffering immensely from being rejected by his mate, a constant agony. He will be forced through agony, time and time again, because Sabrina will never, ever be with him, never accept him, and that, Mom, that will be punishment enough, a living hell for him. Mom finally stopped fighting her mates, who were still holding her back, their grip firm but gentle. He killed Callum and Sebastian, she whispered, her voice laced with pain. I hugged my mother tightly, holding her close, a comforting embrace. And that fact won't change, Mom. Eric is still a complete asshole, and he will never be with his mate because of his own abhorrent decisions. She asked, her voice quiet, almost fragile, how did you forgive Alec for the part he played in their deaths, Isla? How could you possibly? I saw Alec stiffen slightly behind me, his body tensing, and I looked at my mother, my voice soft but firm. It's quite simple, really, Mom. He became a mate worthy of Callum and Sebastian's approval, a truly good man. Mom finally sat back down, a sense of weary resignation settling over her, and we enjoyed a delicious chocolate dessert, a small comfort after the emotional storm. Soon enough, it was time for all of them to head back home, the evening drawing to a peaceful close. Henry and Oliver, as alphas of their own packs, didn't want to be away from their people for too long, their responsibilities calling them. Mom and our dads wanted to leave in order to care for their newest grandkids, the tiny, helpless additions to the family. I'm pretty sure Oriel has no desire for any more children, I mean, she already has 5 of them, a bustling household. I was genuinely pleased when my fathers approached Alec, their expressions warm and accepting, and said, "Welcome to the family, Alec. We know you will make our daughter very happy, truly happy." Alec smiled broadly in return, a genuine warmth radiating from him, because he understood how much my family meant to me, how vital their acceptance was. "Thank you," he replied, his voice sincere. Henry gave me a playful shove, a light punch to my arm. "See you around, Shorty," he teased affectionately. I shoved him back harder, a stronger push. "I'll have you know that I am tall, Henry. Just because you are 6 feet 2 inches and I am only 5 feet 9 inches doesn't mean I am short." Oliver rolled his eyes, a theatrical sigh. "Whatever you say, Shorty." I huffed, a dramatic sound. "I remember why I don't visit you too often." In the end, it was all in good fun, our usual familial banter, and we shared warm hugs. They were the other 2/3 of my triplet bond, my brothers, and I wouldn't trade them for the world, not for anything. Despite the fact that I sometimes contemplated murder, we generally got along quite well. With all the difficulties our family had endured growing up, the trials and tribulations, it was truly wonderful to all be together, even for a fleeting moment. Mom was the very last one to say goodbye. She came up to me and squeezed the life out of me with her fierce hug, a powerful, loving embrace. "My baby. You're so grown up now, and now you have your mate. I am so incredibly happy for you. Time has flown by so fast, Isla. It feels like just yesterday I was teaching you how to shoot your first gun. Yes, our childhood memories were, perhaps, a little different from most people's, especially considering our unique lives as rogues. Alec came up behind me as we watched them drive away, his arms slipping comfortably around my waist. He whispered in my ear, his voice soft. "It was truly nice to meet your family, Isla. They're quite lovely." I smiled, leaning into his touch. "They sure are something, Alec." Mom suddenly rolled down her car window, a last-minute thought, and called out, her voice carrying across the distance. "Don't forget to make me some more grandbabies, Isla. Soon." I groaned, a blush rising furiously on my cheeks, and buried my face against Alec, who simply laughed, a deep, rich sound. "Your mother is quite the character after all, Isla." Chapter 27. Isla Point of View. After that rather lively dinner with my family, the following week, to my pleasant surprise, unfolded without a single complication. Alec was steadily learning to expertly balance his demanding responsibilities as Alpha King with our burgeoning relationship, never neglecting either side. The fact that this specific month was meant to convince me to stay, to fully commit to our shared future, didn't mean that Alec was solely focused on me, completely disregarding the vast needs of his kingdom. During the first week I had arrived, he had done precisely that, putting everything else on hold for my comfort and attention. I, however, quickly set him straight. The werewolves across North and South America desperately required a present, engaged leader, and he was that Alpha King. To be the Alpha King of an entire continent, or even a single country, means you are directly accountable for the welfare of every single supernatural creature residing there. With the distinct exception of witches, of course. They were deliberately excluded, cast out, when the Alpha Kings of old, driven by greed, sought to hunt them down and seize their potent magic. And that, my dears, is a stark example of corruption, pure and simple. Most often, an Alpha King represents the supernatural species that holds the most dominance within that territory. In North and South America, the population was predominantly werewolves and humans who were blissfully unaware of our hidden world, alongside those humans who were very much in the know. In Europe, it was a similar dynamic. However, the Alpha King of Asia was a powerful vampire. There were other creatures within his dominion that weren't vampires but, rather unsettlingly, had a fondness for consuming werewolves. The Alpha King of Russia, on the other hand, was constantly changing, a testament to the country's volatile nature. It was, indeed, the region with the highest number of challenges for the title. A challenge, for those unfamiliar, occurs when a supernatural species perceives the current Alpha King as being too weak or ineffective. They are then permitted to challenge him to a fight to the death, a brutal, definitive contest, in order to seize the title of Alpha King. The Alpha King of Africa was a lesser-known supernatural creature, shrouded in an air of mystery. Vampires and werewolves generally avoided venturing into his territory. The Alpha King of Australia was, arguably, the kindest of them all, a genuinely benevolent ruler. They maintained a strong isolationist stance, and consequently, very little was known about their ways. About a generation ago, the Alpha King of Asia, misinterpreting their kindness as weakness, attempted to conquer them. At that time, the reigning Alpha King of Australia was a type of fae, akin to a fairy or a witch, a being of potent magic. He didn't kill the Alpha King from Asia. Instead, he simply wiped his mind clean, erasing his memories, and installed someone else on the throne. Not everyone, my dears, is as they appear to be. Isla? Alec's voice, soft and familiar, gently interrupted my intricate internal monologue, drawing me back to the quiet reality of the moment. I turned towards my mate, my voice calm. "What is it, Alec?" He came up to me and wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me gently into his embrace. "I just wanted to see you, Isla. I'm truly sorry that I've been locked away in meetings all day, neglecting you." I gave him a quick peck on the lips, a soft, reassuring gesture. "It's perfectly fine, Alec. You don't have to worry about me." I had been thoroughly engrossed in a book in the library and hadn't even noticed how much time had passed, the hours simply melting away. Alec shrugged, a slight frown touching his brow. I still want to spend as much time as humanly possible with you, Isla, my mate. I gently extricated myself from his embrace, a playful wiggle. I know, Alec. Is Alpha asshole still here, by any chance? A distant, almost annoyed look settled in his eyes before he replied. You mean Eric, Isla? I nodded my head impatiently, a quick, dismissive gesture. Yes, Alpha asshole. Alec sighed, a weary sound. He's still here, Isla, stubbornly refusing to leave until we hand over his mate, until we force Sabrina to him. I walked around him, my voice probing. And? Will you, Alec? Will you give her to him? He shook his head decisively. My usual answer, Isla, would be an unequivocal yes, because I would never, ever separate mates, not genuinely. But Eric has some serious growing up to do, some profound internal work. He still believes his mate should only feel obligations to him, and to no one else, a complete submission. I asked, my voice sharp with curiosity. You disagree with that, Alec? Alec walked over to a nearby chair and sat down, preparing for a more serious conversation. I used to, Isla. When we first met, I had every intention of allowing you 2 days to heal, and then I would complete the mating process, regardless. I frowned, a hint of disbelief in my voice. Even if I had been completely unwilling, Alec? Even if I had fought you? He let out a bitter chuckle, a self-deprecating sound. At that time, Isla, I honestly believed that no one, absolutely no one, could ever deny me, the Alpha King. I gave him a disappointed look, a small shake of my head, but swiftly moved on, focusing on the immediate crisis. Will Alpha asshole try to do that to Sabrina, Alec? You've witnessed Glinda's raw reaction to him. We can barely mention his name without her experiencing a full-blown panic attack, she's so deeply traumatized. He brutally killed her little brother, her parents, and came dangerously close to killing her sister, Sabrina, herself. Alec pulled me onto his lap, drawing me close, and I allowed him to do so, sensing his frustration, his unspoken turmoil. I know that, Isla. I know all too well. I ran my hands soothingly through his hair, my voice soft and calming. Shoo, calm down, mate. Just breathe. He grunted, a low sound of internal struggle. I don't want to ignite a war with my own cousin by marriage, Isla, not over this. Your repeated running away from me, every single time, forced me to rethink absolutely everything I believed about mates and power. I tilted my head, questioning him. How, Alec? How did that change you so profoundly? Alec leaned back, settling in to recount a long, deeply personal story, his gaze fixed on mine. The first time you ran away, Isla, initially, I thought you were angry about Axel's insensitive comments about my past, my many conquests. Then, my mind immediately jumped to you being kidnapped, believing someone had stolen you from me. I couldn't fathom that any mate of mine would willingly run from me. But after someone brought undeniable proof that you had, in fact, run away, that you had chosen to leave, I was consumed by rage. My wolf was too, a primal, untamed fury. It was one of the only times I ever truly lost control, Isla. I saw red, a blinding, all-consuming anger, and I genuinely don't remember what happened for 24 consecutive hours. Apparently, I killed some of my servants, innocent people caught in my destructive wake. I hated it, absolutely abhorred my actions, and I blamed you, in part, for making me lose control, for pushing me to that devastating edge. I still believed, at that point, that you should be mine, and mine now, without question or hesitation. I am deeply embarrassed to admit that if I had found you in those 2 weeks, Isla, I would have forcefully marked you, claimed you as mine, regardless of your will. He was looking down, his eyes filled with profound shame over his past intentions, and I gently, but firmly, grabbed his chin, tilting his face to make him look me directly in the eyes. But you didn't, Alec. Something truly changed between then and now, a fundamental shift in your understanding. I know that, and I don't need you to tell me if you don't want to, if it's too painful to revisit. Alec let out a breathy exhale, a long, slow sigh. I want to, Isla. I need to share this with you. For one, honesty is paramount in any meaningful relationship, a bedrock of trust. Secondly, this will help you understand how to protect Sabrina from her own mate, from Eric's destructive possessiveness. As I was saying, the next time I saw you, Isla, was after you had bravely released my prisoners, setting them free. You were poised in a window, high up, about to jump, to escape once more. We made eye contact, and in your eyes, I saw so many disparate emotions swirling. Fear, raw and palpable. Anger, fierce and burning. A small, almost imperceptible flicker of longing, a fragile connection. And overwhelmingly, Isla, a profound hatred. Seeing you look at me with such intense hatred shattered something within me, truly broke me. For a while, I fell into a deep depression, a suffocating darkness. I neglected my duties, abandoning my responsibilities, and drank heavily, trying to drown the pain. I thought that if even my mate, my supposed destiny, ran from me, how could I possibly be a good leader, an effective alpha king? Considering the next time I saw you, Isla, you were in my bedroom, bleeding profusely, grievously injured, I was still drinking heavily at that point. But seeing you then, so vulnerable and hurt, pulled me out of my despair. I knew, with absolute certainty, that I had to win you over, that I had to earn your trust, your affection, your love. However, I understood I could only do that if you gave me a chance, just one, genuine chance. I smirked, a playful glint in my eyes. But I ran like my ass was on fire before we could even finish yelling at each other, didn't I? Alec nodded, chuckling softly, a fond, amused sound. You were so refreshingly different from the scores of girls who usually pursued me, the ones I typically spent my time with, the ones who threw themselves at my feet. I growled possessively, a low, guttural sound, my wolf stirring fiercely and coming to the forefront of my mind at the mere mention of other she-wolves in his presence. Mine. He held me closer, tightening his embrace, a profound sense of possession in his own voice. Mine, Isla, all mine. I calmed down, the primal possessiveness subsiding, and smiled apologetically. Sorry about that, Alec. Alec didn't loosen his grip on me, holding me securely. I actually like it when you claim me, Isla. It reassures my wolf and me that you might not leave again, that you might actually stay this time. I just want to finish recounting my side of our story, to lay it all bare. When you ran that time, after your injuries, I searched for you again, tirelessly. Not because I was angry about your leaving, no, but because I desperately wanted the chance to prove myself to you, to show you how much I'd changed. When you returned from your brothers and adamantly refused to speak to me, to even acknowledge my presence, I became profoundly frustrated, to say the very least. I laughed, recalling his destructive reaction. You completely destroyed several rooms in your castle, Alec, a true display of temper. He blushed, a deep flush rising on his cheeks. Yes, and then the Dorge Organization attacked, your people. And when I discovered you were their leader, their rogue queen, I felt such an intense anger and betrayal, a profound wound. In the week spent planning the attack on your base, I managed to calm down somewhat, my initial fury subsiding. I then believed I finally understood why you had run from me, why you had continually left. You felt a deep responsibility for them, for your people, and believed you needed to be with them, to protect them. I misguidedly thought that if I removed them, if I eliminated your responsibility, you would then finally run to me, to safety, to my arms. I shook my head, a slow, deliberate movement. Well, that certainly didn't happen, did it? Not at all, continued Alec, his voice soft but resolute. I was still absolutely determined to bring you back to the castle, to claim you. But when I realized you were dying, Isla, when the horrifying truth dawned on me that I was actually killing you with my actions, several crucial realizations fell into place. I didn't want to live in a world where you weren't alive, where your vibrant spirit didn't exist. I knew, unequivocally, that you wouldn't stop fighting, that you would die before giving up. I had to be the one to stop. It would be the undeniable proof that I was different, truly changed, and perhaps, just perhaps, you would finally grant me the chance I so desperately yearned for. I smiled, a soft, tender expression. And I did, Alec. I gave you that chance. He nodded, his gaze unwavering, full of gratitude. And you did, Isla. But Eric didn't do what I did. He never surrendered, never truly reflected. He hadn't ever witnessed his own mate look at him as if he were the lowest scum on earth, truly despicable. He hadn't seen his mate choose someone else over him, defy him utterly. Eric doesn't know the searing, gut-wrenching pain of true rejection, not deep in his soul. He is still in the very first phase of this whole mate situation, right now believing that his mate should simply be a meek alpha queen who stands obediently at his side. He had his mother growing up who spoiled him rotten, completely pampered him. I think that Eric will take a very, very long time to realize that it's not Sabrina who needs to change, Isla, it's fundamentally him. I gently brushed his hair out of his eyes, a tender, loving gesture. I truly didn't think my actions affected you this much, Alec. Alec smiled softly, his eyes shining with profound love and devotion. How could they not, Isla? You're my entire world, my everything, my deepest love, my very life force. Without you, my world crumbles, falls to dust. Without you, nothing would ever be enough, nothing would truly satisfy me, and without you, I would be lifeless, an empty shell. At this point, I had naturally turned in my seat, shifting until I was comfortably straddling him, my legs wrapped around his waist, allowing me to face him completely. He looked at me with such pure, unadulterated love shining through his eyes, a depth of emotion that took my breath away. I leaned forward slowly, deliberately, and pressed my lips to his, a soft, tentative touch. He froze for a fleeting second, startled with shock, before quickly, eagerly reciprocating the kiss, his lips moving against mine with increasing urgency. We couldn't get enough of each other, our bodies pressing closer, a magnetic pull. Despite us sharing a bed every night, a consequence of the powerful mate bond, we had consciously been taking things slowly, building our connection with care and respect. This was one of the first times things had truly gotten heated, a raw, undeniable passion igniting between us, and I certainly wasn't complaining. All too soon, we had to break apart, gasping for air, our lungs aching. We were both panting, our breaths ragged and uneven, staring into each other's eyes, lost in the moment. Alec's hand gently cupped my face, his thumb stroking my cheek, his voice husky with emotion. I love you, Isla, my mate, my queen. I love you so much it hurts, a beautiful, overwhelming ache, and I'm willing to wait forever, an eternity, in order to be completely, truly with you. I looked at my mate, my heart swelling with a newfound depth of emotion, and whispered quietly, so softly that even with his enhanced werewolf hearing, he barely caught it. I think I might love you too, Alec, my mate. Chapter 28. Isla point of view. The month was up. It was time. Time to make a decision, a choice that felt as heavy as a mountain on my chest. I felt like absolute hell, a tangled knot of conflicting desires. A part of me craved freedom, the wild, untamed existence of a rogue, free from the rigid structures of pack life. Yet, an equally powerful part of me yearned for my mate, for Alec, for the profound connection that bound us. I didn't want him to give up his life, his birthright as Alpha King, but I also couldn't bear to surrender my own hard-won independence. I desperately needed to find a middle ground, a compromise that honored both our worlds. But I was adrift, completely lost. I was barely 22 years old, and already, it felt like I was navigating a full-blown midlife crisis. With the undeniable pull of the mate bond, everything with Alec felt undeniably natural, effortlessly right. I could vividly picture myself by his side, his alpha queen, ruling a kingdom. But then there was the Dorge Organization, my legacy, my responsibility. Mom, my fierce, capable mother, had trusted me with it, had poured her life into it. I didn't want to let her down, not after all she'd built. Yet, I knew, with a certainty that gnawed at me, that I couldn't have both. Even if I took Alec up on his incredibly generous offer to abdicate his throne and join me, a rogue among rogues, I would be consumed by guilt for forcing him to relinquish his birthright. And he, a true royal, would undoubtedly struggle to adjust to a life among the rogues, especially with the inherent tension between our two worlds. Why, oh why, did making decisions have to be so damn difficult? Alec knew this was the day, the culmination of our trial month, and he had thoughtfully warned me that he planned to leave me completely alone to think, to truly process everything. I was immensely grateful for that small act of consideration. He wanted me to make a decision, a life-altering choice, without any added pressure from him, without his towering presence influencing me. Not a lot of mates would be willing to do that, not when the very future of their mate bond was on the line, when their other half was debating their existence together. I still didn't know what to do, my mind a swirling vortex of doubts, and I felt utterly alone, with no one to truly turn to for advice, for guidance. I just needed to think about this rationally, logically, dissecting it piece by agonizing piece. First off, there was no denying it, I wanted my mate. The mate bond between us was simply too strong, too powerful to ignore, an undeniable force that pulled me to him. It had been clear for a long time, even through all our fighting and defiance, that I wanted him, wanted to be with him. When I first came to the castle, I had my own room, a designated space, in a different wing, carefully separated from his. That arrangement had lasted a grand total of 2 days, barely 48 hours, until the desperate yearning for his presence forced me to move into the room directly next to Alex. That took another 3 days, 3 agonizing nights, before I simply couldn't sleep anymore, the physical need for his proximity overwhelming me. We ended up sharing a bed most nights, a silent acknowledgement of our connection, just to be able to sleep, to find some semblance of peace. Alec had even admitted, in a moment of vulnerability, that ever since I was fighting him, resisting the bond, he usually only managed to get around 2 hours of sleep a night, a mere fraction of what he needed, until he had finally resorted to asking his doctors to sedate him, to force him into unconsciousness. Secondly, the harsh truth was, I couldn't have both my mate and the Dorge Organization. He was royal blood, born to rule, and therefore, he absolutely could not be my partner, my co-leader, in charge of a rogue organization. The very concept was absurd, a direct conflict of interest. I needed to pick one, to choose a path, and it seemed, with a surprising clarity, that I wanted my mate more than I wanted to be in charge of my mother's legacy, more than I craved that particular power. So, it appeared that I would be stepping down from leadership, a monumental shift in my life. Thirdly, Alec had, with immense generosity, offered to give up his throne, his birthright, to be with me. Even if I didn't particularly want to be an alpha queen, to embrace that rigid role, I couldn't, in good conscience, make my mate give up something that he genuinely loved, something he was truly destined for. My past month here, living in his world, had shown me that undeniable truth. He cared so profoundly for every pack, every single werewolf in his vast territory, and worked tirelessly, relentlessly, to make it safe, to protect them. It might not seem that way to us rogues, who often only saw the injustices, but there were so many packs across North and South America, a staggering number, that he simply couldn't control every single detail, every nuanced interaction. By the time he even became aware that an injustice had happened, that a wrong had been committed, he couldn't easily locate the now rogue wolves to fix it, to make amends. And I had met all the other potential successors, the various cousins and distant relatives, and they were, without exception, complete disasters, utterly incapable of leading. Therefore, I simply couldn't make him do that, couldn't force him to abdicate. I wouldn't be selfish, not when so many lives depended on him. So, where did that leave me, after all this painful, meticulous analysis? I wanted my mate, deeply and completely, which meant I couldn't remain in charge of the Dorge Organization. And I couldn't be involved in the Dorge Organization if I wanted my mate to keep his throne, to maintain his position. That was a blatant violation of interests, a conflict that would tear us apart, if I wanted to keep my mate as well as him keeping his throne. I knew that some rogues were violent, driven by chaos, and truly needed to be killed, to be put down, but if I was simultaneously involved in both the royal pack and the rogue organization, I would always feel torn, perpetually caught between two opposing worlds. Fuck, this was precisely why I didn't like making decisions, especially not life-altering ones. My thoughts were all over the place, swirling in a chaotic storm, but one undeniable truth remained constant. I just knew that I wanted my mate. I wanted to be with him, to share his life, and most importantly, to sleep with him, to finally complete our mate bond. I had been getting increasingly frustrated in more ways than one lately, my patience wearing thin. It wasn't my fault that Alec was so damn attractive, so utterly desirable, and I wanted to jump his bones every single time I saw him, to lose myself in his touch, but I couldn't. Not until I decided exactly how I was going to be his mate, how I would navigate this impossible situation, which led directly into my current predicament, this agonizing choice. Lying sprawled on my massive bed, not moving a muscle because I was simply too lazy to do so, I was left with only my thoughts, a torrent of them. I wasn't entirely sure that was a good thing, though, because my thoughts, when left unchecked, could go to some pretty crazy, dark places. But I was getting off topic again. Choice, mates, decisions, that's what I was supposed to be thinking about, the crux of my Dil Isla. Right. I wanted my mate. I couldn't be in charge of the Dorge Organization. I didn't want my mate to lose his throne, to give up his destiny, so I couldn't be actively involved in the Dorge Organization. It seemed my choice was definitively made. To help the organization that I had helped keep afloat, that I had poured my heart into, I could always become an anonymous donor or something, a silent benefactor. I knew what I wanted now, the path was finally clear. Now I just needed to find Alec and tell him. I rolled off my bed, intending a graceful dismount, but ended up in an unceremonious heap on the floor. It seemed I had completely misjudged how enormous the bed truly was. I got up, probably looking like a disheveled troll, and headed straight to get dressed. Used to working under incredibly short time restraints, a skill honed by years of rogue life, I was showered and ready to go in a mere 15 minutes. I strolled out of my room peacefully, no longer looking like a ghoul, refreshed and determined. I stopped one of the many people who worked at the castle. I still had issues calling them servants because I had never wanted any before. It felt wrong to ask, my voice polite, "Could you tell me where my mate is, please?" It was common knowledge throughout the castle that I was Alec's mate, but that I had difficulties accepting the bond, resisting its pull. Apparently, that was a common occurrence in Alpha King households, a typical problem, because our Alpha Kings had a tendency to make stupid decisions before meeting their mates, sowing chaos before destiny intervened. I knew Alec certainly did, and he had paid for it by surviving my endless pranks, like spray painting his office a bright, obnoxious pink, and by forbidding him to touch me for an entire week, even a casual, innocent touch. The man I had stopped nodded, his expression serious. Yes, the Alpha King has gone to the northern border, Alpha Queen, to defend it from a large rogue attack. What? I practically shrieked, my voice rising in disbelief and sudden fury. I wanted to fight. How dare he go without warning me, without taking me with him? There were practically never any rogues, except for isolated, individual ones, who even dared to cross his territory, to challenge him. It better not be my people, the Dorge Organization, or I was going to throw hands, regardless of the consequences. It could only be the truly insane rogues who were launching such an attack, which usually resulted in a devastating number of deaths, a bloody massacre. He continued calmly, oblivious to my internal turmoil. The Alpha King also gave us strict instructions, Alpha Queen, to keep you within the castle walls, to ensure your safety. In a dangerously quiet voice, a calm that belied the storm raging within me, I commented, "Did he, now?" The man paled slightly, visibly intimidated by my tone. "We cannot disobey him, Alpha Queen." Without another word, I turned sharply on my heel and headed back into my room, my mind already racing. To anyone watching, it would seem like I had given up, that I was retreating, but that was utterly wrong. In fact, I was simply entering my room to gather my guns and various weapons before making my exit, quite unconventionally, out the window. We were on the 3rd floor, so the guards most likely assumed that I wouldn't even consider leaving that way, that it was impossible. But I absolutely loved proving them wrong, every single time. Strapping my various guns securely to my body, adjusting the weight, I prepared myself to climb down the sturdy stone wall. That was the inherent problem with older castles, with ancient structures. Some of the stones, loosened by time and weather, protruded just enough to provide perfect handholds and footholds. It took little to no effort, and I was once more free from the castle, completely unchained. I immediately took off running, my powerful legs churning, in the direction I knew was north, towards the sound of the battle. 5 minutes later, and I arrived at a truly bloody battle scene, a grim tableau of violence. I quickly took stock of the situation, my senses sharpened, as no one had yet noticed my presence. I narrowed my eyes, a cold fury rising within me, as I recognized the crumpled body of one of the people on the floor. It wasn't the Dorge Organization, thank the goddess, but another group, a rival band of rogues, whom I wanted dead, truly. This was going to be fun, I thought, a sadistic smile playing on my lips. I dove right into the fight, a blur of motion. I didn't shift into my wolf form, but rather stayed in my human shape, using my guns, my preferred weapons. I shot, I dodged, I rolled, a graceful, deadly dance, and it was all so incredibly fun, the adrenaline rushing through my veins. Alec hadn't noticed me yet, but most of the other royal wolves had, their gazes flicking towards me, surprised. But I wouldn't stop, not now. This was my home territory, where I was raised, where I learned to fight. I absolutely loved the adrenaline rush I got when fighting for my life, when pushing my limits. I might be strange, unconventional, but I wouldn't change this feeling for anything in the world. I soon found myself in front of what appeared to be the leader of the opposing group. I knew he was, instinctively, because after all, one doesn't easily forget the face of an obsessive ex. I couldn't wait to properly kill him again, to finally put him down for good. Death didn't have the tendency to stick to him, it seemed, and he always found a way to come back and bite me in the ass. I mean, it's been 4 goddamn years of this. I smirked at my opponent, a cold, triumphant grin. Amos, what a coincidence to see you here. He sneered, his face contorted with anger. So, it's true. You're now the Alpha King's new whore, aren't you? He didn't just call me a whore. Oh, that was it. Fuck being cautious, fuck all restraint. I was going to kill this man, slowly and painfully. Without another thought, my patience snapping, I took out my last gun and shot him directly in the chest, a clean, precise hit. I didn't have any more silver bullets, the ones that were truly fatal to werewolves, so it wouldn't be a fatal blow. But it would certainly piss him off, royally, and delay him, which was all I needed for now. The effect didn't last long before I found myself dodging a very furious shifter, his movements fueled by rage. After we had broken up, due to my unwavering refusal to sleep with him, he had tried to force me, to take me against my will, so Mom, in her protective fury, had killed him. At least, we thought she did. He had inexplicably shown up 2 years later, a ghost from the past, and tried to take over the Dorge Organization, arrogantly claiming he was my mate. I had killed his people, his followers, and he had miraculously escaped again. This time, I would make absolutely sure to burn the body, to leave no trace. The fight continued, a brutal, chaotic dance, and I soon realized that Alec must have seen me. I could practically feel the waves of raw rage rolling off of him, vibrating through the air, a palpable force. I don't think he liked the fact that I was actively fighting the enemy's leader, putting myself in such danger. Too bad for him, it was far too fun to stop now. Amos grew even more frustrated as it became painfully clear that I was simply toying with him, making him dance to my tune. He was never that good of a fighter, even back then, and he hadn't improved, not one bit. Not to sound too self-important, but I was raised to fight and to survive, my instincts ingrained, those skills deeply ingrained in my very muscles. To truly survive, Amos needed to die, and I was more than willing to make that sacrifice, to end him. Amos, getting even more mad, his face contorted, growled, "Little bitch, you refuse me as your mate only to go after someone richer. That's low, even for you, whore." I snarled right back at him, a fierce, primal sound. I'm not the bitch in this situation, Amos. I was currently half-shifted, a dangerous state, which meant that my sharp claws were extending from my hands, like that human movie character Wolverine. It hurt like a bitch, the bone-deep agony, but it undeniably made you look really cool, incredibly intimidating. I lifted my arm, preparing to slit his throat with my extended claws, when suddenly Amos wasn't in front of me anymore. I found Alec, in his massive wolf form, tearing Amos to pieces, a bloody, visceral scene, after having mercifully knocked him unconscious. I put my hands on my hips, a pout on my face, and whined, I wanted to kill him. He was my kill. It was clear that Alex Wolf was in full control, his primal instincts driving him, but he still looked up at me, giving me an annoyed, exasperated look, a silent reprimand. I rolled my eyes. Little shit, stealing my kill. I had defeated him, I had earned the right to watch the life drain from his eyes, to see his demise. I started walking back peacefully towards the castle, a deliberate, slow pace, hoping to escape my inevitable scolding from Alec. A smile touched my face, thinking of my mate. He was so incredibly hot when he was angry with me, when his power flared. It wasn't my fault that he was blessed with godlike genes that were only accentuated when he was truly pissed off, when his primal rage took hold. It didn't take long for heavy footsteps to come up behind me. I recognized the scent instantly, it was my mate. He caught me from behind, his large hand grabbing my waist, and yanked my back firmly against his powerful front. He then proceeded to drop his head into the crook of my neck, a possessive, comforting gesture. It was something most wolf shifters did when their mate could have gotten killed, a way to confirm that they were truly safe, that their other half was still alive and whole. Alec murmured into my neck, his voice husky. That was so incredibly stupid of you, Isla. I shrugged, leaning into his warmth. It was my ex, Alec. He's a shit fighter, truly useless in a real brawl, but he's really good at hiding, a cowardly talent. I've been trying to kill him for a while now, for years, but you just did, so it's fine. Thanks. He lifted his head, his lips pressing a soft kiss to my temple. You're crazy, Isla. I smirked, a defiant glint in my eyes. All the best people are, Alec. Suddenly, my mate stiffened, his body tensing, and his expression turned serious, completely sober. He then turned me to face him, his gaze intense, searching. Have you made your choice, Isla? I smiled at him gently, a soft, tender expression. I could see the nervousness in his eyes, the deep vulnerability beneath his alpha facade. Yes, Alec. He looked even more on guard, his breath held. And? I simply kissed him, a deep, passionate kiss. That should answer his question, beautifully and unequivocally. Chapter 29. Isla. It had taken an entire week, 7 long days, for Alec to finally let me out of our shared bedroom. And even then, it was a slow, deliberate release. It was a well-known fact, a common understanding among our kind, that alpha males were incredibly possessive of their females, especially in the raw, intense period just after mating. And that fact was triply, undeniably true for Alec. He was inherently more dominant, his nature amplified by his role as alpha king, and I had, after all, spent a long, long time avoiding him, resisting our connection. His wolf, the primal essence within him, desperately wanted to be sure that I was truly his, irrevocably, and that he was wholly mine, the bond cemented. I certainly didn't regret any moment of it, not after experiencing the depth of our connection. Even when Alec did finally allow me to emerge after that intense week, he didn't leave my side, not for a moment. More often than not, we found ourselves gravitating back to bed, drawn by an invisible thread, by the powerful pull of the mate bond. Not that I particularly minded, mind you, but I wasn't fond of being cooped up, of feeling confined, even in the blissful haze of new mating. It took him another 2 full weeks, after the official trial month had ended, before I could even bring myself to mention heading back to the Dorge Organization, to clear things up, to finalize the transition. The problem was, Alec and his wolf associates the Dorge Organization directly with my leaving, with my initial attempts to escape him, to defy our bond. Therefore, he didn't want me to go back, to risk changing my mind, not that I would, not now that I had made my choice. That's how, precisely 3 weeks after the beginning of our official mating, I finally managed to get myself over to the HQ of the Dorge Organization. Everyone there already knew that I was stepping down, that I was relinquishing my leadership because I was now mated, permanently bound to the Alpha King. I deeply appreciated that everyone understood that they accepted my decision without question. I had been afraid, truly terrified, that they wouldn't, that they would resent my departure, but it appeared that my fear was completely unfounded, a baseless worry. During our intense time in the bedroom, secluded from the outside world, the Alpha King of Europe finally, mercifully, left. He simply couldn't stand to witness Alec and I, so openly happy, so deeply connected, when Sabrina couldn't even bear to be near him, her mate. In fact, I had shrewdly sent her over to Australia about 3 weeks ago, deliberately throwing her mate off, making sure he wouldn't find her easily. I sensed a very long, very complicated cat and mouse game was going to unfold between those two, a dance of defiance and longing. After all, Eric was much more thick-headed, much more stubborn, than Alec and wouldn't learn his lesson at first, not quickly, not easily. Lost in my thoughts, deep in contemplation, I didn't even see the front door of the HQ burst open. My first warning was Lorene coming running out, her voice filled with excitement, Isla. That was the only warning I got before she practically launched herself at me, throwing her arms around me for a bone-crushing hug. Sometimes, for all her maturity and capability, she didn't seem like that much of a grown-up, reverting to a joyful, childish enthusiasm. "Hey, Lorene," I greeted, my voice fond. She smiled, a wide, genuine smile, and finally released me from her surprisingly strong embrace. "What's up, Isla? What brings you back to your old stomping grounds?" I smiled back at her, a lightness in my chest. "I just need to tie up some loose ends here, Lorene, before I officially run off into the sunset with my mate, into our new life." Lorene laughed, a warm, genuine sound. "Whatever you need, Isla. I'm truly happy for you, truly. When you were just a child, growing up among us rogues, everyone was worried that you were far too serious, too burdened for your age. I would have believed that, too, if I hadn't seen you with your brothers, acting like wild, mischievous pups. But I tell you, when you guys were on a mission, focused and determined, you were absolutely scary, formidable." I followed her into the bustling building, the familiar sounds and sense of the organization wrapping around me. "I get it, Lorene. We were a handful." I received various greetings from the people inside, familiar faces, a sense of belonging washing over me. They all knew that I was now mated to the Alpha King of North and South America, and they understood, accepting my new role. I had every intention, a fierce determination, to help more rogues in my new capacity as Alpha Queen, to advocate for our kind within the formal structure. If anyone expected me to be a meek queen, a submissive figure who simply listened to her mate, they were about to get a very rough awakening, a rude shock. In no time at all, I was sitting in what used to be my office, the familiar chair molding to my form, and Lorene was standing opposite me, a slightly awkward expression on her face. "Sorry for taking your spot, Isla," she said, gesturing around the room. She waved it off dismissively, a casual flick of her hand. "Since this is basically the last time you will be so casual with us, so easily accessible, it's fine. And technically, it's still your chair, Isla, forever will be." I shook my head, a gentle refusal. "I made my choice, Lorene. I can now do far more good, achieve greater things, on the legal side of things, influencing policies and laws." Lorene, ever practical, brought us back to the task at hand. "Let's finish this up then, Isla," she said, her voice businesslike. I spun on my chair, a small, nervous habit I had when I was sorting out complex issues. "Yes. So, Lorene, I am officially giving you complete control of the Dorge Organization, to lead it with your mate, Stefan. I know you two cannot have kids, cannot bear pups, so I already have a set of heirs lined up for you, a contingency plan. It's my younger sisters, Ashley and Laura. They've only just turned 4 years old, tiny little things. I finally managed to get Mom to agree, after much convincing, and my sisters genuinely want to do it. They've expressed their interest. They would inherit the leadership when they turn 18, or, of course, if you both were to tragically die before then." We were able to talk about our own deaths with remarkable ease, a casual detachment, because in our line of work, in the dangerous world of rogues, you never truly knew what could happen, what dangers lurked around the next corner. We were mostly desensitized to that kind of thing, to the grim reality of our mortality. At least, Sabrina and I were, our experiences hardening us. This was a serious matter, a weighty responsibility, so we had to consider all possibilities, even the ones that resulted in our own demise. Lorene added, her voice practical. If Stefan and I were to die before their 17th birthday, before they were old enough, they would still be too young to take over, too inexperienced. In that case, either Georgiana, your mother, could temporarily come back, or Max could step in and take over the leadership. I nodded, a firm agreement. Agreed. Mom is willing to hand you the twins, Lorene, on the weekends for training, for their initial lessons, when they turn 6 years old. When they turn 10, they will have the choice to either keep coming 3 days a week, continuing their training, or move here to the HQ, fully immersing themselves. I still want them to finish school and get a bachelor's degree in something, anything, a proper education. She rolled her eyes, a playful protest. Not everyone can be you, Isla, having a bachelor's degree in veterinary medicine at 18 years old, a complete prodigy. I laughed, a warm, genuine sound. Fine, then, at least graduating high school, a basic education. They can pick what they want to do after that. Also, I know they said yes now, Lorene, they're excited, but I don't want to force them into this, not truly. Anytime they choose that they no longer want to do this, that they no longer wish to lead, they can back out, no questions asked. In that case, either Connor, my youngest brother, could be considered, or my triplet niece and nephews, Alexander, Noah, or Mia. I've also managed to get my brothers to agree that they should be trained, fully prepared, because any of them could become targets simply because I am Alpha Queen now, or because I was the head of the Dorge Organization. Lorene meticulously took it all down on paper, writing swiftly, her pen scratching against the page. This is all pretty simple, Isla, straightforward enough. I shrugged, a casual gesture. We just need to sign off on everything, make it official. Also, I'm thinking that we should get an actual human, someone we deeply trust, to take over the mafia business, to handle that side of things. We could become less connected, less directly involved. She nodded, a firm agreement. Consider it done, Isla. I stood up, stretching my limbs. Then I need a drink, Lorene. Lorene immediately, firmly, said, no, you won't, Isla. I frowned, genuine confusion on my face. Why the hell not? What's the reason? You could be pregnant, she stated simply, directly. I shook my head, dismissing the thought. No, Lorene. You could be, she insisted, her gaze unwavering. I don't wanna, I whined, a childish protest. I want a drink. Lorene gave me one of her famous looks, that stern, knowing gaze that always made me capitulate, and I gave up, sighing in resignation. Fine, Lorene, but if I turn out not to be pregnant, I'll be really fucking pissed, you hear me? She chuckled, a knowing sound. With the amount of times you had sex the past 3 weeks, Isla, I would be shocked, truly shocked, if you weren't. I shoved her playfully, a light push to her arm. I really don't want to talk about my sex life with you, Lorene. Lorene wriggled her eyebrows suggestively, a teasing grin on her face. But I cut her off, my voice firm. Never. Anyway, how are things here, at the HQ? Anything interesting happen? She sighed, a weary but content sound. Pretty good, actually. We've had some crazy rogues popping up out of nowhere lately, but they're not like the others, not the typical mindless ones. They're sane enough to follow their leader's instructions, completely obedient, and they keep doing it, keep fighting, until they die. It's really strange, unlike anything we've seen before. I frowned, a thoughtful expression on my face. How is that even possible, Lorene? Once rogues lose their mind, once they succumb to the madness, there's only their wolf, only primal instinct left. They can't follow orders. Lorene nodded, her eyes serious. I think that's precisely the point, Isla. A light bulb seemed to go off in my head, a sudden flash of insight. You mean like wild wolves, Lorene? Not sentient, just instinctual? She smiled, a triumphant glint in her eyes. You're getting it, Isla. You're figuring it out. I started pacing the length of the room, a familiar habit of mine when I was trying to piece things together, when I was figuring shit out. So, this leader dude, whoever he is, he's proving himself to be the alpha of these wild wolves by defeating them, by asserting his dominance. That's why the wolves follow his instructions, completely subservient, because this alpha would kill them otherwise, would tear them apart for disobedience. Damn, it's brilliant, truly. No one would ever think that this leader guy is acting like an actual wolf, a primal beast, and using our instinctive order, our ingrained obedience, against us. It's awful, terrifying, but so damn smart, so cunning. Lorene leaned against the wall, a wistful expression on her face. I'm going to miss you when you leave, Isla. It's so much harder to figure out this kind of shit by myself, without your brilliant insights. I laughed, a light, carefree sound. You'll manage, Lorene. You're more than capable. I, however, am going to live a much longer life than I would have, staying here, steeped in danger. She laughed with me, a shared moment of camaraderie. Not even going to help us with this self-fashioned alpha, Isla? Not even a little bit? I shook my head, a firm refusal. That sounds like a you problem, Lorene. Lorene sighed, a hint of sadness in her voice. I know. And I'm going to miss the us problems, Isla, the ones we face together. I walked over to her side, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. I won't, Lorene. And you know what I'm really not going to miss? What? She asked, her curiosity piqued. You stopping me from drinking, I said, a playful jab. She rolled her eyes, a familiar gesture. If you are pregnant, Isla, it could be damaging to the baby, you know that. I shrugged, dismissive. I'm from Alpha descent, Lorene, and basically held an alpha position here, a powerful role. The father of the baby is the Alpha King, the most powerful of our kind. I'm sure that baby will get their shit together and pull through, perfectly fine. Lorene gave me a disapproving look, her brows raised. You don't exactly sound like a good mother, Isla. It was my turn to roll my eyes, a dramatic gesture. Did you honestly think Mom wasn't drinking for the first month she was pregnant with us, Lorene? She drank herself silly at least once a week, and had a glass every single day. I turned out fine, didn't I? She looked me up and down, a critical, assessing gaze. Are you really sure about that fact, Isla? Completely certain? I elbowed her in the side, a sharp jab. Hey. Hay is for horses, she countered cheekily. I crossed my arms, my gaze narrowed. Fuck you, Lorene. I don't swing that way, Isla, even if I know you do on occasion, she said, her eyes twinkling mischievously. I stared at her, genuinely surprised. You are way too old for me, Lorene, and not even remotely my type. Lorene burst into giggles, a cascade of laughter. The look on your face, Isla. Priceless. I glared at her, the traitor. I hope you die, Lorene, slowly and painfully. That's not very nice, she said, feigning hurt. Does it look like I give a fuck? I retorted, my voice sharp. No, she admitted, a slight smirk. I smirked right back, a triumphant glint in my eyes. Finally, something you got right. Lorene smirked right back, a sly glint in her eyes. I invited your mom over, Isla. What? No. I was not proud to admit that I screeched like a banshee, my voice piercing the air. She cringed a little at my shrill tone. What's wrong with Georgiana, Isla? She's your mother. I buried my face in my hands, groaning. She's going to make comments about more grandkids, Lorene. I mean, she already has 5, and 3 more kids about the same age. She's only 38 years old. She should be the type of woman who feels that she is too young to be a grandmother, completely mortified by the idea. Lorene shrugged, completely unbothered. Don't look at me to explain your mother, Isla. I gave up the moment I met her. Isla. A booming voice echoed through the building. She shoved me a little, a gentle nudge to get me moving. Your mom is here, Isla. I know, I muttered, my voice filled with dread. You should go greet her, Isla. I mean, she did just call you. No. What? Lorene asked, surprised by my blunt refusal. Did I motherfucking stutter? I said, my voice dangerously low. Lorene started laughing again, a booming, infectious sound. Sometimes I forget how much of a riot you are, Isla, a true force of nature. I glared at her again, a fierce, unwavering gaze. I hope you burn in hell. I'll see you there, she retorted, her eyes twinkling. The door of my ex-office suddenly slammed open with a dramatic flourish, and there stood my mother, her face alight. My baby, she exclaimed, her arms outstretched. I sighed, a weary sound escaping me. Hey, Mom. She immediately launched into a full-blown lecture, her voice stern. No word for over 5 weeks, Isla. I taught you better than that, young lady. I cut her off, my voice sharp. Actually, you haven't, Mom. You disappeared for 2 months once yourself, remember? With absolutely no explanations. That stumped her, completely silencing her for a moment. Well, that's different, she mumbled, a rare moment of being at a loss for words. I ignored my mother's weak protest and turned to my fathers, Jasper and Harrison, my voice pleading. Can one of you please convince Lorene to let me drink, just 1 glass? Jasper frowned, a protective instinct kicking in. Why can't you, Isla? Lorene butted in, her voice unwavering. Because she could be pregnant. Already? Harrison practically yelled, his eyes wide with shock. It was still too weird for me to call them dad or father, even after all this time. I was still not completely used to it, to having fathers. My brothers did, but then again, I had stayed at the Dorge Organization, constantly working, and they had moved into the pack house, embracing the traditional life. I sighed, a defeated sound. I don't think so, Harrison. Mom rubbed her hands together, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, a predatory excitement. I hope so, Isla. Oh, I truly hope so. Do you want a girl or a boy, darling? I gave her an annoyed look, my patience wearing thin. I want my nice scotch that's in those cabinets, Mom. Is it the one you brought from Scotland? Jasper asked, his eyes brightening. I nodded, a brief affirmation. Yup. So where did you say it was, Isla? Harrison was already eagerly searching through my old cabinets, his eyes scanning for the precious liquid. I pointed it out to him, directing his gaze. There, I said. He found it, triumphantly pulling out the bottle, and poured 3 generous glasses. Lovely, he declared, taking a sip. I grinned, a hopeful glint in my eyes. Does that mean I can drink now? Lorene swiftly stopped me from reaching for a glass, her hand firm. No, Isla. I glared at her once again, my patience finally snapping. If it turns out that I'm not pregnant, Lorene, I will skin you alive. It was at that precise moment that the phone chose to ring. It sure liked to do that at the absolute worst possible moments. I was in the middle of a very important threatening session, a vital negotiation for alcohol, my nice alcohol. This wasn't fair, not at all. After the first insistent ring, I was the first to pick it up, my hand snatching the receiver. Hello? I barked into the phone. A nervous voice came over the line, clearly hesitant. I was given this phone number, Alpha Queen, to reach you during your time away from the main pack. Could I speak to her, please? I immediately adopted a more serious facade, my tone hardening, shedding my previous playful demeanor. This is her. What's wrong? What's the emergency? The unknown man continued, his voice strained. The Alpha King of Europe dropped by for a visit, Alpha Queen, and some very harsh words were exchanged. The foreign Alpha set off the Alpha King, and I think he's going to kill him. I truly believe he's going to commit murder. What? I roared, my voice filled with disbelief and sudden alarm. He began repeating himself, frantically, and I cut him off, my voice firm. I'll be there in a minute. Everyone was looking at me, their faces etched with concern, and Lorene asked, her voice urgent, "What's wrong, Isla? What happened?" I told her, my voice clipped and rapid. "Shit went down, and I have to stop a murder." "Do you still have my bike, Lorene? The revamped one?" Lorene questioned, her eyes widening slightly. I smirked, a dangerous glint in my eyes. "Yup. The fast one." She nodded, understanding. "It's where you left it, Isla." With no further words, I took off, a blur of motion. I had had the motorcycle specifically worked upon, tweaked and enhanced, to hit super fast speeds, a thrilling, exhilarating pace. As a werewolf, the accidents that might occur couldn't truly kill me, not permanently, and my reflexes were far more toned, far sharper, which directly equaled fewer accidents, less risk. I found my bike, a sleek, powerful machine, and took off like a shot. I couldn't believe that Alec had already managed to get himself into a fight, a full-blown brawl. It wasn't my job to clean up after him, not constantly. Actually, it kind of was, wasn't it? I was the only one who could truly calm him, to soothe his alpha rage, and therefore, the one to call for any fights, for any potential disasters. Damn it, this isn't exactly what I signed up for, not in the fine print of the Alpha Queen contract. I sighed, a weary but resigned sound. At least I'll get some angry sex out of this, a passionate release after the stress. Life could certainly be worse, much, much worse. Epilogue. Here is a glimpse into the sprawling family tree, explaining the ages of everyone as they appear in this epilogue. I made a mistake in the original notes because Samantha is only 7 years old, not older. Isla. Turns out, Lorene had been absolutely right. I was, indeed, pregnant. Lorene was especially smug, her grin wide and self-satisfied, when I finally told her the news. Mom was overly excited, almost hysterically so, to have another grandchild, despite already having 5, and 3 other kids around the same age, practically still babies herself. Alec had been truly, genuinely excited, his wolf purring with contentment, to have his own pups, his own legacy. It helped confirm to him, and to his wolf, that we were finally, irrevocably, truly together, our bond complete. But that, all of that, was such a long, long time ago now. After all, it's been 14 years. Just last week, in a momentous, deeply satisfying ceremony, Lorene officially handed over the leadership of the Dorge Organization to Ashley and Laura. I can't believe they're already 18 years old, fully grown women, ready to take on such responsibility. It felt like just yesterday I was sitting in my old office at the HQ of the Dorge Organization, discussing with Lorene who would ultimately get control after her, who would inherit the mantle. Goodness, now I sound old, like a true matriarch. I'll have everyone know that I'm only 36 years old, despite already having 6 energetic, rambunctious kids. It's not my fault that twins and triplets, multiple births, seem to run so rampant in our family, a definite genetic quirk. My first baby boy, Ryan, was already 13 years old, on the cusp of his own alpha journey, and diligently preparing to take over the throne from Alec at his 21st birthday, a future alpha king. Next came a set of triplets, just like myself, a delightful echo of our family's unique genetics. They were absolute little terrors, notorious pranksters, a constant source of chaos and amusement. Paloma was the only girl in that spirited set, flanked by her brothers, Aiden and James. They were all only 11 years old, bundles of boundless energy. I had managed not to get knocked up again for like a year, a huge accomplishment, truly, in my book, considering Alec's enthusiasm. Then, I had a set of twins, a lovely, unexpected surprise. We decided to name them Jade and Ray, names that seemed to perfectly capture their unique spirits. I swear that the pair of them are going to make truly great diplomats when they grow up, their charm and persuasive abilities already evident. All they have to do is bat their eyelashes at anyone, and those people immediately do their bidding, utterly captivated. It's quite funny to watch, actually, as the only people immune to their considerable charm are myself and Paloma, the only two who see through their adorable manipulations. Even my mate and my sons, powerful alphas in their own right, do anything for them, utterly devoted. At only 9 years old, they still managed to get away with quite a lot, their innocent faces masking their mischievousness. Their birth, the twins, was rather hard on me, physically demanding, and the pack doctor later informed us that I was unable to have more children, my body having reached its limit. I had taken that news remarkably well, I was later told, surprising many. I guess it didn't hurt as much, didn't sting as deeply, because I already had 6 of the little devils, a full house, and none of my pregnancies had ever been planned, not truly. In fact, it was the opposite. I had made elaborate plans, careful precautions, to actively avoid getting pregnant, to maintain my independence. I'm not like Mom, not at all. I don't want to be a grandma before the age of 40, not if I can help it. Henry, Oliver, and Oriel had one more child after all, a sweet little girl they named Amelie, who was only 10 years old. Their firstborns, Liam and Lucas, were already 18 and surprisingly mated to Isabella, who was a year older than them. She was, in fact, only half wolf and half witch, a fascinating, powerful blend. She had stumbled across Liam and Lucas by accident, a fortunate twist of fate, running from the tyrannical Alpha King of Australia. The 2 alphas, my brothers, had accompanied their parents to a meeting there, a formal gathering. They nearly caused a major diplomatic incident when they bravely fought off the Alpha King of Australia's people, who had tried to take Isabella away, to reclaim her. They gave me so much extra work, so many headaches, resolving that particular crisis. Ashley and Laura were also mated, but to another set of twins, a charming pair of she-wolves. Their mates, Jasmine and Theodosia respectively, were truly wonderful, kind and loving. I hadn't known they had a preference for girls until they brought home their mates, a delightful surprise. I was certainly shocked, but it wasn't like I didn't see it coming, not truly. Axel, Alex's loyal beta, along with his mates Jack and Jason, had told me years ago, with smug certainty, that my sisters were lesbians because their gay radar had vibrated intensely, a sure sign. They were, predictably, quite smug that they were right, enjoying their accurate prediction. The only unfortunate part was that Ashley and Laura couldn't reproduce, couldn't bear children, but they had ambitious plans to adopt some rogue orphans, giving them a loving home, who would then become their heirs for the Dorge Organization. Of course, it was only if they truly wanted to, if it was their genuine desire. No one was ever forced to take a position they didn't truly want, not in our world. Glinda and Leo also provided me with some lovely nieces and nephews, a vibrant addition to the family. There were 4 of them in total. The eldest was Blaze, who was 13, just like my Ryan, a charming young wolf. Then, they had a girl named Cassandra, who was 11, and a boy, named Fabian, who was 9. The youngest was another girl, Samantha, who was 7 years old, and the adorable baby of the family, cherished by all. Axel, who was still Alex Beta and one of my closest friends, along with his mates, Jack and Jason, were lucky enough to get a second-chance mate, and actually adopted some kids, creating their own beautiful family. There was Lily, who was 13 and best friends with my Ryan, a sweet, inseparable pair. Next was Ariana, who was 12, and then Carter, who was 10. Ryan has already declared, with absolute certainty, that he wants Lily to be his beta, his right hand. It's no surprise, really, their connection is undeniable. The running bet among the family was that Lily was going to be mated to Blaze, Glinda and Leo's eldest son, a true fated pair. There was also much speculation that Ariana and Ryan were mates, their bond obvious to everyone but them. This speculation primarily stemmed from the infamous Halloween incident a year ago. A boy who was visiting the castle, the son of another alpha, had flirted quite boldly with Ariana, and Ryan had thrown an absolute fit, a complete meltdown. And when I say fit, I mean a full-out fight, a physical altercation, and it took Alec, my powerful mate, to physically restrain his son, to pull him off the other boy. Isla, a voice called me out of my pleasant thoughts, pulling me back to the present. I turned to face my mate, Alec. Yeah? Alec walked over to me, his presence a comforting warmth, and gave me a soft kiss. The family is here, he said, his voice a low rumble. I sighed, a sound of mild exasperation mixed with affection. Everyone, Alec? Every single person? He nodded, a slight smile touching his lips. I think the last head count was 39 people, and that's counting my beta, Axel. I left the library, my sanctuary, where I had found shelter from the pre-gathering chaos. And that's just the direct relatives and their mates, Alec. Did you hear that Isabella was pregnant, finally? Alec shook his head, surprised. No, last I heard was that they wanted to wait, to postpone having kids. I rolled my eyes, a familiar gesture. So did I, Alec, but look how well that turned out for us, didn't it? He wrapped his arms around my waist from behind, pulling me close, his voice a playful whisper. I don't think you minded when we were making the babies, Isla. I shoved him away playfully, a gentle nudge. Shut up, Alec. Alec took it in good stride, his amusement fading, and became serious, his expression grave. I'm afraid that Eric has discovered that Sabrina will be here for a week, Isla, visiting us. Sabrina and Eric had an incredibly difficult relationship, a true tragedy. They were destined mates, bound by fate, but since Sabrina was a powerful witch, she could, miraculously, resist the mate bond, its intense pull, and she had been doing so for the past 14 years, a remarkable feat of willpower. I had helped her, offering my support and protection, and so had the Dorge Organization, providing resources and a safe haven. Alec had also helped, under my clear instructions, ensuring her safety. Eric had brutally killed her younger brother with his bare hands, a monstrous act, and nearly killed her sister as well, inflicting grievous harm. He had taken a whip to her back and her sisters, then to her parents, who tragically ended up dead, victims of his rage. It wasn't like with Alec, where he had merely given information that inadvertently led to the death of someone close to me. Sabrina's mate did the actual killing, the direct murder. Some things, my dears, you just can't forgive, not ever. It didn't help that Eric was an ignorant pig, utterly unwilling to change, to acknowledge his horrific actions. With Alec, he adapted pretty quickly with me, surprisingly so, transforming from the "I'd serve everything because I am Alpha King" attitude to literally doing anything, sacrificing anything, to be with me, to earn my love. Alec was willing to die in order not to hurt me, to protect me from harm. Eric didn't, he didn't care about Sabrina's pain. He nearly killed her again, repeatedly. At least once a year, Eric managed to kidnap Sabrina, a constant, terrifying threat. However, he never once considered that so many people would help her, would band together to defy him. I did, fiercely and without hesitation. Alec did, under my strict instructions, ensuring her freedom. The Dorge Organization did, leveraging all their resources. The witches and wizards did, uniting their magic for her protection. Slowly, ever so slowly, Eric was changing, forced to confront his monstrous actions by a united front. Thanks to the efforts of the two Alpha Kings, witches and wizards were no longer persecuted in Europe or in North and South America, a monumental step forward, a true sign of progress. Eric had stopped trying to forcefully bite her to claim her, to complete the mate bond against her will. Either way, with witches, they had to genuinely want to accept the bite for it to stick, for the bond to truly form. However, and this was crucial, Eric had never once tried to force her in bed, to sexually assault her. If he had, I wouldn't give two fucks about political backlash, about the repercussions. I would personally kill the bastard, and my mother would, without a doubt, help me, eagerly. I sighed, a heavy sound. Are you sure, Alec? If Eric comes here, to our home, I truly don't think I could stop Mom from killing him. She holds grudges fiercely. Alec chuckled, a knowing sound. Your mother does hold a grudge for a very long time, Isla, a truly impressive feat. I frowned, a small correction. Technically no, Alec. She forgave you for your part in Callum and Sebastian's deaths, remember? He shrugged, a wry smile on his face. I only think she did that, Isla, was because I helped to provide more grandbabies, a delightful distraction. I laughed, acknowledging his point. You're not wrong, Alec. Not at all. Alec and I continued walking towards the main dining room, preparing to rejoin the boisterous group for our regular family dinner. We had one every 2 months now, a cherished tradition, since our family was so spread out, scattered across the continents. Ashley and Laura, with their mates, traveled everywhere, tirelessly working to help the Dorge Organization in countries where the persecution of rogues was still more prevalent, more brutal. I had personally changed a lot of laws regarding rogues here, in our territories, and that had helped to significantly resolve things, creating a safer environment. Leo and Glinda, with their 4 children, traveled around as passionate advocates for witch and wizard rights in countries where they didn't exist, where magic was still feared and suppressed. They were fiercely protected by the undeniable fact that Leo's brother was Alec, the Alpha King, and no one sane would ever want to face Alec's legendary rage, or mine, for that matter. Henry and Oliver, with Oriel and their kids, stayed at their pack most of the time, managing their own communities. Connor, my youngest sibling, had actually blossomed into a piano prodigy, a true musical genius, and traveled the world playing in grand concerts, dazzling audiences. Liam and Lucas, the future alphas of my brother's pack, spent considerable time at various meetings, learning the intricate trade of leadership from their fathers. It was rather funny, actually, because now they were known as the Alpha Twin Pack, a recognizable name. They would be the 3rd or 4th generation of Alpha twins, in our family, a definite pattern. It was truly in our genes to produce twins, it seemed, a recurring phenomenon. That didn't mean that at the castle, things were boring, quite the opposite, in fact. There were my 6 kids running around, a constant whirlwind of energy and mischief. Then, there were our beta's 3 kids, adding to the joyous chaos. With all of them, I didn't think it was even possible for things to ever get boring, not truly. Axel, with his mates, Jack and Jason, accompanied by their kids, were practically family, a constant, comforting presence. I'm pretty sure that Mom thought they were actually related to us by blood, a deep-seated belief, because everyone else seemed to be. I think in 4 years, when Ariana turns 16, they will officially become family, their destinies intertwining with ours. It was obvious to everyone but them that Ariana was Ryan's mate, destined for him, and her sister, Lily, would undoubtedly be his beta, his trusted companion. Carter, the youngest son, harbored dreams of becoming the next pack doctor, following in his footsteps. Paloma wanted to be in charge of the finances of the royal pack, a natural leader. Aiden wanted to be the king's commander in case of war, a fierce protector, while James wanted to travel the world, exploring its wonders. Blaze, my nephew, was visibly, undeniably in love with Lily, for all to see, so sadly, I think soon enough there will be more newly mated couples, more joyous celebrations. Jade and Ray, my youngest, both wanted to become diplomats, their natural charm leading them to attend meetings for the Alpha King, advocating for their people. Cassandra also wanted to become another pack doctor, following her passion, and I had a bet going that she would eventually be mated to Carter, completing another fated pair. I think with our sheer numbers, with our ever-growing family, soon enough half the pack will be directly related to us, a vast, interconnected web of bonds. Usually, werewolves had difficult birthing and carrying the baby, a challenging process. It was a strict rule that you could not shift while pregnant, under any circumstances, because the rapid, violent change would severely harm the baby inside of you, potentially killing it. Even then, there have been rare cases where the baby started to partially shift within the mother's stomach, gaining tiny, sharp claws, a terrifying prospect. There were so many ways it could go wrong, so many potential complications. Usually, after the first baby, most female werewolves became barren and were unable to carry any more children. Our family was so incredibly lucky that we were able to give birth 3 times before becoming barren, a distinct genetic advantage. It was a clear pattern that I had certainly noticed over the years. As I opened the massive doors to the dining room, the only room large enough to accommodate all of us together, I smiled, a deep sense of contentment settling over me. There wasn't anywhere else in the entire world I would rather be, nowhere else I truly belonged. This is the end of the story. Thank you all for listening. Subscribe for more exciting story from us.